Hi, thank you. And right now on Andrea Mitchell Reports, Roll Tide. Alabama voters heading to the polls in one of the most controversial Senate races in modern history. Accused child molester, Republican Roy Moore versus former prosecutor, Democrat Doug Jones. Is it a fight for the soul of the Republican Party?
It's here. This is an important time in Alabama's history, and we feel very confident of where we are and how this is going to turn out. Judge Moore has been consistently wrong about the Constitution.
The verdict rests on the people of Alabama. I want to make America great again with President Trump. I want America great, but I want America good, and she can't be good until we go back to God.
Battle for Bama, both sides bringing out the big guns in a last-minute attempt to win over voters in a race that could forever change the political landscape of the Senate.
Judge Moore is a good man. Judge Moore is a righteous man. And Judge Moore, they've tried to destroy Judge Moore like I told you they would.
I am begging and urging everybody to get out, call all your friends. We got to, at some point, we got to stop looking like idiots to the nation.
And taking it to the top, more than 50 women lawmakers demand an investigation into sexual misconduct accusations against President Trump, as the president hits back at his top critic in the Senate, calling her a lightweight and total flunky.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday.
And good day, everyone. I'm Andrea Mitchell in Washington with our Election Day coverage of the most controversial Senate race in decades, the Alabama special election, which has led to an explosion of sexual misconduct allegations well beyond Alabama and Roy Moore. Today, President Trump under fire for his own past with an unprecedented Twitter attack against New York Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, who has now accused the president of a sexist smear. More on that face-off in just a moment, but first, the Alabama context. President Trump today tweeting his support for Roy Moore and slamming Doug Jones as a puppet of Democratic leadership. Our team is in place to break it all down. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez and Vaughn Hilliard, both in Alabama. Chuck Todd, NBC News political director, the moderator of Meet the Press and host of MSNBC's MTP Daily, and MSNBC contributor Sam Stein, politics editor of the Daily Beast. First to you, Gabe Gutierrez, set the stage for us in Alabama. You've got Roy Moore, Doug Jones, the horseback riding. I mean, I don't know where to start. Take it away.
Hi there, Andrea. Good afternoon. Certainly an incredible race that we've been following for the last several weeks. We're actually right now expecting Doug Jones any moment now at this location, the Bethel Baptist Church here in Birmingham, trying to rally African-American supporters. And this is a huge issue for Doug Jones, the issue of turnout. Already this morning in polling places, we spoke with a couple of Republican voters, white suburban Republicans, and that it will be necessary for Doug Jones. Andrew, I'm going to send it back to you. I understand that the president
I'm going to only interrupt you
up.
because the president's about to sign the defense authorization bill. So let's go to the White House right now.
Guests, thank you all for being here as we prepare to sign something that is extremely important, the National Defense Authorization Act. We're signing it into law. This historic legislation demonstrates our unwavering commitment to our men and women in uniform, the greatest fighting force in the history of the world, and we're making it a lot better than even that. Before we begin, I want to address the terrorist attack that took place yesterday in New York City and to praise the first responders, local police, and federal law enforcement for their quick action. They did an incredible job. There have now been 2 terrorist attacks in New York City in recent weeks carried out by foreign nationals here on green cards. The first attacker came through the visa lottery, and the second through chain migration. We're going to end both of them. The lottery system and chain migration. We're going to end them fast. Congress must get involved immediately, and they are involved immediately, and I can tell you we have tremendous support. They will be ended. These attacks underscore the dangers we face from around the globe. The National Defense Authorization Act could not come at a more opportune or important time. This legislation represents a momentous step toward rebuilding our military and securing the future for our children. I applaud the work of the members of both parties who came together to pass the National Defense Authorization Act, which passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, something that sounds very nice to my ears. I especially want to thank Chairman Thornberry, who is here with us today, for his tireless efforts. Thank you, man. Thank you. It was a great job. Fantastic job. In recent years, our military has undergone a series of deep budget cuts that have severely impacted our readiness, shrunk our capabilities, and placed substantial burdens on our warfighters. And great warfighters they are. History teaches us that when you weaken your defenses, you invite aggression. The best way to prevent conflict or of any kind is to be prepared and really be prepared. Only when the good are strong will peace prevail. Today, with the signing of this defense bill, we accelerate the process of fully restoring America's military might. I also want to thank Senator John McCain for the work he's done on this bill. He has fought very, very hard to make it just the way he wants it and that we all want it. This legislation will enhance our readiness, expand our modernize our forces, and help provide our service members with the tools that they need to fight and to win. We will fight and win, but hopefully with this we won't have to fight because people will not be wanting to fight with us. It authorizes funding for our continued campaign to obliterate ISIS. As you know, we've won in Syria, we've won in Iraq, but they spread to other areas, and we're getting them as fast as they spread. We've had more success with ISIS in the last 8 months than the entire previous administration has had during its entire term. It approves missile defense capabilities as we continue our campaign to create maximum pressure on the vile dictatorship in North Korea. We're working very diligently on that, building up forces. We'll see how it all turns out. It's a very bad situation, a situation that should have been handled long ago by other administrations. It upgrades our ground combat vehicles, allows for the purchase of new joint strike fighter aircraft, and paves the way for beautiful new Virginia-class submarines, the finest in the world. Finally, the defense bill authorizes major investments in our military's greatest weapon of all, its warriors. The NDAA increases the size of the American Armed Forces for the first time in 7 years, and it provides our military service members with their largest pay increase in 8 years. Now Congress must finish the job by eliminating the defense sequester and passing a clean appropriations bill. I think it's going to happen. We need our military. It's got to be perfecto. At this time of grave global threats, I urge Democrats in Congress to drop their shutdown threats and to send clean funding and a clean funding bill to my desk that fully funds our great military. Protecting our country should always be a bipartisan issue, just like today's legislation. We must work across party lines to give our heroic troops the equipment, resources, and support that they have earned 1,000 times over. Together, we will send a clear message to our allies and a firm warning to our enemies and adversaries. America is strong, proud, determined, and ready. And I might add, when we're completed, and it won't be that long, we will be stronger than ever before, by a lot. So thank you to all of our friends in Congress, and we do appreciate the bipartisan support, and we appreciate your hard work on this historic defense authorization. And thank you most of all to our brave warriors for standing watch over our country, our families, and our freedom. Brand new, beautiful equipment is on its way, the best you've ever had by far. We make the best in the world, and you're going to have it. God bless you, God bless our military, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The president showing how big the bill is. This is the defense authorization bill. And despite his concerns about the size of the military budget still dominating everything else on Capitol Hill other than entitlements. And we're going to see if he takes any questions as he's in this Twitter war with Kirsten Gillibrand, who's a member of the Armed Services Committee. Notably, you see Congressman Thornberry and the other Republicans there. I'm not seeing, but I may not be witnessing everyone in the room, whether there are any Democrats there. The president was just ducking a question about Kirsten Gillibrand, which brings us back to the Alabama race and all that we've been discussing. Gabe Gutierrez, I rudely interrupted you to go to the White House. We want to pick that up and then bring in Vaughn Hilliard on the other side of this equation. Gabe is right now chasing after Doug Jones. Vaughn, bring us up to date on the horseback ride to the polls today.
Well, Andrea, Roy Moore rode on horseback to just go vote there along with his wife, Kayla Moore. He rode the horse named Sassy, we have been informed by the campaign. This is in his hometown of Gallant, which is about 3 hours north of where he's going to be here tonight to potentially celebrate or give a speech of some sort. But this is a campaign, Andrea, I think tonight that we're going to be looking at is if Roy Moore, in fact, wins this race, he will have effectively won it without having much of a robust campaign effort at all. They've had little in the form of canvassing and phone banking compared to his Democrat opponent, Doug Jones. But this is also a candidate who has gone missing for the last week before he had a rally last night with the likes of Steve Bannon out in very rural southern part of the state. I talked with a senior campaign official for Roy Moore last night, and I asked him, Andrea, I said, this is an unorthodox way to run a campaign, especially one that is being shown to be so tight in the polls. And he told me, he compared it to a football game. He said, we're comfortable with where we stand, and we're essentially running out the clock in the fourth quarter. We don't need to put our candidate out in front of the press. He said, quote, called it dangerous to subject the candidate to further questions that could put him on more rocky ground with voters. They believe their numbers have stabilized in recent weeks since those initial allegations came out. And it was interesting, they even suggested that the other campaign, being Doug Jones, was throwing long passes at the end of the game. I guess that is in reference to the other candidate, the Democrat, going to the likes of Selma and Montgomery and Huntsville, running much more of an orthodox campaign, which, to note, 1 year ago, Donald Trump did win this state by almost a 2-to-1 margin over Hillary Clinton. So what Doug Jones has to come up with is a substantial number of Republican crossover voters. We have talked to some here on the ground here today that fit that mold. They talked to Amanda Adams, who told me she hasn't voted for a Democrat in more than 20 years. Yet today, though considering first writing in a candidate, she said she ended up voting for Doug Jones. Whether there's enough Amanda Adams, Andrea, is the question here over the next 8 hours.
Exactly right, Vaughn. And Chuck Todd, you were in Alabama. You were taking the temperature down there, and you certainly know football analogies. But I want to ask you about this, but first play Kayla Moore. She was the other rider on horseback to the polls today. Kayla Moore rebutting suggestions that her husband was either racist or anti-Semitic. And this is the way she dealt with it last night.
Fake news would tell you that we don't care for Jews. I tell you all this because I've seen it all, so I just want to set the record straight while they're here. One of our attorneys is a Jew.
Chuck, Words do not suffice.
Well,
I'll
Andrea,
let you take it.
I thought I'd just make note of the fact that she read that from prepared remarks. I find it that much more appalling that was something. Oh, let me think of how to word this. All right. Yes, I have written it down exactly the way I want to word this. I'll just leave it at that. It was from prepared remarks. That's all you need to know.
I mean, is this Steve Bannon against Charles Barkley? How does the race boil down?
Look, this is part of this fight for the soul of what the Republican Party is. The Republican Party looking backwards or going forwards here? I mean, I would look at it, it's as if we're seeing yet another version of Marco Rubio versus Donald Trump, right? Whose vision of what the Republican Party should be in the next 10 years is the Republican Party going to follow? And Steve Bannon has been on a much different path than many of the younger Republicans of this party. Donald Trump sort of took advantage of that opportunity. He saw this opportunity there, and that's what this is about here, the bigger picture. This is why, ironically, a Roy Moore victory is a much bigger story for the future of the Republican Party than a Roy Moore loss. A Roy Moore loss is a bullet dodged for the Republican Party long term. A Roy Moore victory means this fight for the soul of the party is being won by Trump and Bannon and being lost by the likes of, say, the Marco Rubios of the world.
Indeed. And Chuck, Vaughn Hilliard has just pointed out the untraditional nature of Roy Moore's campaign, the lack of contact with any reporters who would ask questions. But interestingly, for a man accused of having dated teenagers, the one interview he has now done is with a 12-year-old girl, Millie Moore, for the America First Project. Let me play a little bit of that for you.
So what do you think are the characteristics of a really, really good senator?
Following the Constitution, just adhering to principle and not going to get elected again and not trying to stay in office for 30 or 40 years and building an empire. You're there to serve the people.
I know that this segment has the feel, Sam Stein, of something out of The Onion, but this really is. I mean, this is the coverage of Alabama.
Between the Jewish attorney and the 12-year-old girl interview. I
thought I set
is this
you
a
up
news
perfectly.
program? What a comedy.
You're absolutely right. It is sort of some weird onion, except it's just not funny.
No, it's not.
It's kind of
I will
sad.
say, can I jump a little bit onto Chuck's point? Because I think Chuck does nail it. And I think you have to go back before these accusations took place, because Roy Moore, as a candidate, before he was an accused child molester, also was in many ways the antithesis of the future of the Republican Party. He is someone who reminisced nostalgically about the family values of the slavery era. He's someone who said that a Muslim shouldn't be able to serve in Congress. And I think what's being lost in all the coverage, which is necessitated by the severity of the charges over his accusation of child molestation, is just the vision that he would have brought to the Senate, even absent those things. And so if he does win, I think Chuck is absolutely right. This is a huge problem for the Republican Party. I would differ on the idea that if he loses, it's a bullet dodge. I think if he loses, what you'll see is a lot of people who have been wanting to go really hard at the Bannon wing of the party for running these insurgent candidates. I think you'll see them really take a victory lap, but not just that, really proactively make the case that they can't do this again, that Steve Bannon's judgments are not right, and that they need to run different, more establishment candidates.
And I wanted to bring in all of you, Laura Payne joining us, who was a Trump delegate to the convention, to the Republican convention, and has been wrestling with, as many Alabama Republicans are, and women in particular, wrestling with what she was going to do. I know you haven't voted yet, Laura, but we've been talking back and forth for the last couple of weeks about what your decision would be. Yesterday you weren't sure. Have you made up your mind?
I have. This
and
morning.
What are you going to do?
Unfortunately, I'm going to write in a candidate, a Republican, but I just don't think I can vote for Roy Moore, and I really hate that, because it's like an internal conflict, because I've always been a party person, and I know that it takes away from, it helps the Democrat, and I don't believe in Doug Jones' more liberal policies, and so it really kind of hurts to do it.
And your strong feelings against Roy Moore would not persuade you to vote for Doug Jones. So when you talk about his liberal policies, is it the abortion issue that is the real, kind of cutting-edge issue for you, or other issues? Because he was a tough prosecutor, contrary to what the president has said.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I think I think he's probably going to be tough on crime, from what I understand. That's not really my issue. My issue is more Obamacare and, repealing that or replacing it or doing more than they've been able to do, especially in the Senate. And that's why it's such a struggle to not vote for Roy Moore, because Doug Jones is probably not going to vote for Trump's policies. So that's what is so tough here, because I really want to go with the Trump agenda, and I voted for Trump for the economy and for better health care plans that are affordable. But these allegations surfaced, and it concerned me because I felt like a lot of the women are credible, and especially the 14-year-old. I mean, that's disturbing, and we don't know if he is guilty or innocent. I understand that, but I mean, to me, it shows that there could be a trend with abuse of power, and because of what he did on the Supreme Court as well, because he didn't uphold the law as he was elected to do. He stood for his principles, which I'm fine with that, and some of the same principles I share, but I don't think that's the way to do it. I don't think you use your office to make that stand unless you can change and make a difference. If you can change and make a difference, sure. But if there's nothing that's going to come about it, and you ended up getting suspended and not able to fulfill your seat, it's just a waste of our vote, and it's a waste of taxpayer dollars, and it's just a waste of the office. So I was going to overlook some of that to vote for him as the Republican nominee, but when the allegations surfaced, it made me really think about what these women said and what he's done in the past, and I'm just concerned that this may be a person that thinks he's above the law. And I hate to say it, because I've got a lot of friends that really believe in him and his character and the good that he's done as it stands so far, but I just have to disagree with them respectfully on this, and we each have a vote to cast, and that's the way I'm going to cast it. It's a write-in.
And Chuck Todd, that's one vote, but it may represent a lot of others who have not spoken to pollsters. I mean, this has been notably impossible to predict.
No, and it's sort of what I came away with, is that I talked to a lot of voters who were very similar to this woman here in that same thing. The decision wasn't between Jones and Moore anymore. It was really between whether to vote for Moore or not vote for Moore, meaning whether to show up or not show up, whether to show up and write in or not vote for Moore. But that's really, and that's the key to this race. I assume, frankly, that not many people, if they're not going to vote for Moore and they're not going to vote for Jones, not many people, unless they just care about making sure they don't miss an election, will show up and do a write-in. And that's why I think why it's been so difficult. You don't know who's going to come to the polls. I think there are going to be people that normally vote in every election who may decide, I can't do it on this one, because articulating what the voter just articulated just now to you, Andrea, about their discomfort with voting for Doug Jones, because it's not about him, the individual, it's about the agenda nationally. And so do you want to be complicit in all that? So that to me is the most fascinating, that to me was always about, the final weekend was about whether these chunk of Republican voters who can't stomach Moore were going to go to the polls or not.
And Chuck, before I let you go, your take on the president versus Kirsten Gillibrand. Elijah Cummings now saying that the president owes her an apology and to take down his tweet. Is this just the politics as usual on Twitter, or are we getting into a really, I guess, dangerous rhetorical territory here?
Well, look,
between the president and leading Democrats?
I think it's clear the president, and we already know this from our own reporting, that the president is hypersensitive about these accusations, about his own past misconduct, and the allegations against him about past misconduct. And I think he's lashing out at anybody coming after him. I will make note, it is interesting to me that he went after Senator Gillibrand for calling on him to resign. She wasn't the first senator to do that. She just happens to be the first, I think, woman senator to do that.
Right. it was Jeff Merkley who was the first.
Right, you had Bernie Sanders, Merkley. Merkley did it on my show. I didn't see him go after Jeff Merkley. So, you know, I think that is, I'm guessing there are a lot of people in the White House that wish he hadn't tweeted about this, but I do think that the president's rattled by these allegations, and he doesn't like to see Access Hollywood come back and see all these accusers showing up, and I don't think he fully appreciates right now how big this moment is. It's much bigger than politics. This is much bigger than Clinton v. Trump, October 16.
Exactly. Can't thank you enough. Chuck Todd, Gabe Gutierrez, and, of course, Sam Stein, Laura Payne, and Vaughn Hilliard in Alabama. Thank you all. Meanwhile, as Chuck was just alluding to, this has taken off. More than 50 Democratic women congressional members are calling for an investigation into sexual misconduct allegations against the president. Just last hour, Senator Mazie Hirono slammed President Trump for his attacks on Senator Gillibrand.
The only way to stop this president who has a narcissistic need for attention, he's a misogynist and admitted sexual predator and a liar. The only thing that will stop him from attacking us, because nobody is safe, is his resignation.
Democratic Congresswoman Jackie Speier has been leading this charge and joins me now. Let's talk about the president in just a moment. I just wanted to show you a little tape that we've just gotten in of Roy Moore today.
Mrs. Moore, do you regret what you said about the Jewish lawyer?
I'm talking about this way. People will answer these allegations this evening at the vote. We're done with that. We get back to the issues in this session. Next question.
Judge Moore, Senator Cory Gardner says as soon as you get to the Senate, he wants you expelled. What will you do?
We'll take those up when we get to the Senate.
Hey, Judge, for the local media here watching this, what are you going to say to the people of Alabama right now?
Well, I think they ought to go out and vote their conscience, and we have a tremendous turnout. The state, the nation is watching this. In fact, we have how many international people from overseas, different nations here today. This is a very important race for our country, for our state, and for the future.
Judge Moore, you read, are you prepared to face an ethics committee?
We can take those problems up when we get to the Senate, when we win.
Judge, what do you say to those who accuse you essentially?
Mrs. Moore, just one question. Mrs. Moore, what's the last month been like for you?
What do you say to those who accuse you of bigotry?
Well, you saw it. Judge Moore, Kayla Moore, former judge, I should say, because he was twice taken down by the people of Alabama, speaking of Alabama voters, for what he did as a Supreme Court justice there. Jackie Speier, sorry for the interruption, but it's all of a piece. Let's talk about the election today and the calls for the president to now face an investigation into his past. He would certainly argue that the voters have spoken in 2016, and that was all dealt with.
Well, the voters, if they were given an opportunity to speak this year, would not elect Donald Trump to the presidency of the United States. I think we all appreciate that this is not a blip on the screen. This is a consequential transformation in this country where women are standing up and saying loudly and clearly, we will not be treated as property. We are not going to allow for sexual harassment in the workplace. And I think that conduct that is unbefitting the President of the United States is something that we have the right to look at.
The Trump tweet against Senator Gillibrand today was, quote, lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump. Very disloyal to Bill and crooked, used. I know that your colleague Elijah Cummings calling for an apology from the president and for him to take down that tweet. Your response?
Well, absolutely, he should take down that tweet. But as we know, the president listens to no counsel whatsoever. It's a cancer growing in the presidency that it should be alarming to all of us. No president, no human being should talk to another human being in those terms, in that manner. And the fact that he's talking to another senator, I mean, he doesn't recognize party either. He's shafted and put down Mitch McConnell and Paul Ryan. He will do anything that is expedient to him at the moment. That is not a way to run a country, and that is not what I believe the American people are looking for in a leader.
Elizabeth Warren has responded with another tweet. She writes, "Are you really trying to bully, intimidate, and slut-shame Senator Gillibrand? Do you know who you are picking a fight with? Good luck with that, real Donald Trump." Nevertheless, she persisted. So the fight is joined. And as Chuck Todd was just pointing out, the president has not taken on Senator Sanders or Senator Merkley or any of the men who've called for him to either resign or be investigated. He's going right for the women.
Well, he has shown a predilection for misogyny in the past. The way he treats women, the way he talked about women on Access Hollywood suggests that he sees them as just toys and those who he can play with and even torment. And I think that it's going to have a significant impact on his presidency. And I don't think he knows the thin ice that he is operating under right now.
And I should just point out that Peter King, obviously the Republican from Long Island, New York, has also written that he's spoken out against this, said he had a good relationship with Senator Gillibrand. So I think you're going to begin to see bipartisan concern about this kind of rhetoric on Twitter against a sitting U.S. senator.
He has to be muzzled on Twitter. He doesn't realize what a dangerous format that is in terms of dealing with members of Congress and dealing with foreign powers. He is embarrassing the country, and it is becoming dire. And I think we all need to be willing to step up and speak up about what is behavior that is unbefitting the President of the United States.
Jackie Spear, thanks for taking time for us today. Really appreciate it. And coming up, more problems. Roy Moore's wife making a last-minute attempt to win over black voters in Alabama. Did she push them further away? You're watching Andrea Mitchell Reports on MSNBC. Welcome back. Roy Moore's wife, Kayla Moore, trying to defend her husband from accusations of anti-Semitism and racism, may have unwittingly made it a lot worse.
Fake news would also have you think that my husband doesn't support the black community. Yet my husband appointed the very first black marshal to the Alabama Supreme Court. We have many friends that are black, and we also fellowship with them in church and in our home. Fake news would tell you that we don't care for Jews. One of our attorneys is a Jew.
Joining me now is Joe Lockett, an Alabama radio host and a Republican. Joe, thanks so much for being with us today. Where do you think this race stands as you talk to voters and as your listeners call in? Is there any way to predict?
Andrea, thanks for having me. Well, thanks for having me on the show. Right now, what we're looking at is, when I listen to my listeners right now, when they're calling into the show, Andrea, right now, if Doug Jones, he hasn't done a really good job on the ground. And right now, the millennials are not really into Doug Jones. So right now, if Doug Jones doesn't take Birmingham, Alabama, or Huntsville, there's a good chance that Roy Moore may take this election.
And that really speaks to how he's reached out to the African-American community and how he's reached out to Republicans who might be potential crossover voters. What is the impact of someone, for instance, like Condoleezza Rice, an Alabama native? I know from talking to her for years, and in her book, she talked about how her father became a Republican because of the segregationist stance of Democrats in Jim Crow Alabama, and how she actually knew one of the children who was killed in the Birmingham bombing in 1963. So for her to come out and say, I encourage you to take a stand for our core principles and for what is right. These critical times require us to come together to reject bigotry, sexism, and intolerance. I know that Alabamans need an independent voice in Washington, but we must also insist that our representatives are dignified, decent, and respectful of the values we hold dear. She didn't come out and say vote for Doug Jones, but that's what she's saying.
Right. Well, I think, actually when I read that, Andrea, the thing what I thought about is we do have to vote our values. And right now, what I see, there's a small push. Anytime anybody gets on TV, their wife or anybody gets on TV and say, I have a black friend, that offends me. So at the end of the day, if I haven't seen you in my community, if I haven't seen you in the schools with my kids, don't sit here and tell me about what you have. My thing is to you, what have you not done in our community? And I think it's a day late and a dollar short to try to claim me now at the end of the day for this campaign, and I think it's despicable myself.
And the other thing that was really quite alarming to a lot of people last week was what the LA Times reported that that Roy Moore said back in September. I think it was September 14th, when he said, in talking about Make America Great Again, and when asked what was so great about America back in the days of segregation and the rest, he said, I think it was great at the time when families were united. Even though we had slavery, they cared for one another. It just seemed like a clueless defense of slavery.
Exactly. Again, when you make statements like that and then you come back and you have your wife say the things that she said on national TV, it's a disgrace to our community. And even though I'm a Republican, and even though, I would love to vote for Roy Moore, and I know a lot of people would, at this point in time, we have to vote our values. And is it more important for us to vote about the political parties or do the right thing for what's right for the people, Andrea?
So what are you going to do in terms of your vote? You
know something? Right now, Andrea, I'm still up in the air, but I know I'm not voting for Doug Jones at this point in time right now. I don't know if I'm going to write in for Roy Moore at this point in time. I'm really not for sure. I will know in probably a couple of hours once I go vote.
All right. Well, stay tuned. We'll be listening. Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us, Joe Lockett. And coming up, doubling up, why President Trump's legal team says a second special counsel should be appointed. That's next in our Inside Scoop. Stay with us. You're watching Andrea Mitchell Reports on MSNBC. The president's legal team is now calling for a second special counsel to investigate the Justice Department and the FBI in an escalating feud over the Russia investigation. Let's get the inside scoop from our all-woman panel. NBC's national political reporter Carol Lee, Ruth Marcus, deputy editorial page editor at The Washington Post, and Ann Gearan, the White House correspondent for The Washington Post. Welcome all. Carol, first of all, a second special counsel, and Lindsey Graham has been chiming in on this. This is the allegation that there are conflicts of interest. Can you drill down on this?
Right.
How serious is it?
Well, it's unclear, but, the president's legal team has said, his lawyer says that this is not about Robert Mueller, but he's very much trying to thread the needle here, and he's walking right up to the line, in terms of calling for this separate special counsel. We know that there are those in President's orbit who want him to be tougher, his legal team to be tougher on the investigation, and there's been efforts to try to distract from the Russia investigation by and this seems like just another way in which they're trying to do that. It's unclear how much Republican support they're going to get from that. Already we've seen like Senator Orrin Hatch saying it's not necessary, but they're trying. And, it seems in part of this effort to keep the president kind of calm as this picks up speed.
But of course, it's hard enough to keep separate lanes between the congressional investigations and the Mueller investigation. What if you had the Justice Department supervising, and whether or not Jeff Sessions would have to recuse himself from this one also as a campaign official, if this one is also into Hillary Clinton, the uranium investigation going back forever, as well as alleged conflicts of interest. Ruth, can you drill down on the potential of conflicts of interest? Is that serious if a senior Justice Department official is married to someone who worked for, Fusion GPX, which helped produce the dossier? Where does it all end?
So trying to unpack it a little bit, and let's remember that when Mueller was first named as special counsel, people like Newt Gingrich, people who are now using quite astonishing words like corrupt to describe him, lauded him as the perfect choice. Now, Mueller hired a number of people to work for him who turn out to be Hillary Clinton donors and Democratic donors. And, take us back, we'll take ourselves back to the Ken Starr days when there was a lot, the Ken Starr, the independent counsel who investigated Bill and Hillary Clinton and originally Whitewater. And when he was named, there was a lot of kerfuffle because he came from a Republican political background. He hired a lot of Republican-affiliated lawyers, and the Clintons and their allies were not particularly shy about claiming bias on his part. They never went so far as to call for a special counsel to investigate the independent counsel. That seems a little wild to me. But there's a little bit of sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander here. I think that these calls for special counsel are crazy. Going back and reopening Hillary Clinton investigations also seems completely not necessary to me. At the same time, I wonder if Bob Mueller would have been wiser if he had a more eclectic and bipartisan group of prosecutors on his staff, just to insulate himself.
Of course, we don't know who all the people are on his staff and how wide that is.
But what we do know suggests a Democratic tilt. Not surprising among sort of elite. If you look at the array of elite lawyers from elite law schools, the studies show, I was looking at this yesterday, they tend Democratic. They tend to be Democratic givers. The theory has always been in the Justice Department that professionals are able to separate their personal points of view from the prosecutorial decisions that they make.
Of course, there's always been the assumption by the Clinton people that the New York FBI was a hotbed of Rudy Giuliani acolytes who had been there for years and years and were against her. And Giron, the president, clearly not happy about any of this. And NBC has been talking to people in the White House, getting pushback against an AP story saying that the president was really angry at Nikki Haley for what she said on Face the Nation on Sunday, where she said that the women accusers against the president, their voices needed to be heard. What our sources are telling us in the White House is that that's not the case, that in fact he called Nikki Haley on Sunday and told her she did a good job. That's coming from White House officials.
Yeah, I mean, looking at what Haley said, it isn't particularly extraordinary, except that she was separating herself from the straight party line. She's done that before, and she has seen her way clear to criticize the president more directly than she did on Sunday. Still, it is remarkable that we don't actually know the answer to this, right? We do not know whether what she said was her own, taking her own direction, preserving potential political capital for herself in the future, simply expressing her own opinion and feeling free to do so, or whether, now that having said any of the above, she's, somehow in the dock at the White House. We don't really know where that stands. I think it is clear that she tries, when she can, to carve out some separate ground for herself. And being in New York and a little bit out of the fray helps her do that.
It is true also that she really has been a hawk in many ways on Iran, on North Korea, supporting the president's policies and at odds with Rex Tillerson.
Yeah, and we've seen her be able to articulate. Sometimes she'll be a little tougher than you hear the White House being early on, particularly on Russia. Most of the times when she has challenged the president from New York, she's doing it on policy. She also, during Charlottesville, had a comment where she said that, she conveyed her views to the president about how he responded and let him know where she stood. This gets into a different space. It's more the personal, and we all know that if the president takes anything to heart, it's things that are personal, and so it's hard to imagine he wasn't a little bit upset. At least the way that her remarks have been covered.
I think it was the coverage, at least, as you point out. Thank you so much, Carol, Ruth, Ann. And an update now on the New York City subway bombing suspect. Federal prosecutors have now filed terrorism charges against 27-year-old Aqaid Ullah, an immigrant from Bangladesh. He told investigators, according to authorities, that he had been radicalized online and pledged allegiance to ISIS. Federal prosecutors say that before the attack, Ullah posted on Facebook, quote, "Trump, you failed to protect your nation." We'll be right back.
There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better. You know what they're doing. You know what they're doing, and they're trying to shut up President Trump and Judge Moore. They're trying to shut you up.
Former White House chief strategist Steve Bannon last night in Alabama channeling Ivanka Trump before a crowd of Roy Moore supporters last night. That, of course, is what the president's daughter had said. Joining me now is Sarah Fagan, former senior aide to President George W. Bush and former White House political director, and Kathleen Parker, syndicated Washington Post columnist. Welcome both. Sarah, that was a direct challenge to Ivanka Trump. Pretty brave?
You know, Steve Bannon seems to have no fear about his place in Trump's heart, because going after the president's daughter is not ever a smart thing to do. But more importantly, you know, he has this grandiose view of his role in the Republican Party and his takeover of the Republican Party.
What has he ever delivered?
You know, exactly. What has he ever won? I mean, he has basically said that everybody who has worked in a former administration who now does not work for Trump has a special place in hell. And, you know, it's a pretty bold statement.
Although tonight could be a major victory for him if he, with the president joining in fairly late in this.
Could be. You know, Bannon, though, I think what we're watching right now is Steve Bannon having a great time, because he's always been sort of behind the camera, literally, in the case of the documentaries he's made in the past. But now he is in front of the camera, and just, I think he doesn't want to put the microphone down. Now, he doesn't have a great track record. I mean, the candidates that he supported have not done well, but this is a unique situation which won't really reflect exclusively on Steve Bannon's efforts, but will just be of a whole other set of circumstances.
It's a good point. I mean, he's in love with his celebrity, and that very rarely ends well for people.
Now, I wonder whether Alabama is changing when you talk to people who have had experiences in their own lives. Von Hilliard interviewed Nathan Mathis, who is the father of a young woman who committed suicide over her gay identity and the way she was treated. And this is what Nathan Mathis had to say.
I was anti-gay myself. I said bad things to my daughter myself, which I regret. But I can't take back what happened to my daughter. But stuff like saying my daughter's a prevert, sure, I'm sure that bothered her. Now, you know, Judge Moore not just said my daughter. He didn't call my daughter by name. He said all gay people are preverts, abominations. That's not true. We don't need a person like that representing us in Washington. That's why I'm here.
He was protesting, Kathleen, against Roy Moore at a Roy Moore event and interviewed by our Von Hilliard. That's a deeply moving expression.
That was heartbreaking, because it was so real and so
raw,
from his heart, and raw. Yeah, I mean, this man has obviously suffered for his own positions and been completely changed by the circumstances of his own life. It's so sad, but how effective. I hope people heard it.
What Chuck Todd was talking about, as we discussed at the top of the show, is this a battle for the heart and soul of the Republican Party, at least for the next election cycle?
Yeah, I think it's one tenet of that. I mean, the party has so many challenges. Both parties do, but the Republicans, this is just one vestige of it in my mind. And Republicans are in a lose-lose situation. You know, if Roy Moore wins, we lose, and if he loses, we lose. And you know, there's just nothing that's good is going to come out of his election. And you know, we'll see if he wins tonight. The polling's been all over the board, you know, I say that the Republican Party is better off if he loses.
And Kathleen, have Democrats taken on a stance that might look like smart politics right now, capital punishment against Al Franken, whether or not proportional? You know, Ruth Marcus has written about this. Others are raising questions about what the new rules of the game are. But they don't know that the next you know, senator that might be affected, Democratic senator, might come from a state with a Republican governor. They might lose seats over this. They don't know what's going to happen in the next year before the midterms.
It's true. It was risky, I think, very risky. But I think the reason Al Franken had to go was so that they could now come out and say, we insist that President Trump be subjected to the same scrutiny. And you couldn't have done that as long as Franken was in place.
When is Blake Farenthold going to pay any price? The outrageous allegations in Sheryl Stolberg's piece in the New York Times today, we haven't discussed that, but it's just insane.
I think most of these folks are going to end up going because ultimately the pressure just becomes so great. And you know, the rumor in Washington is, of course, there's a major news organization getting ready to put out that there are dozens of members of Congress, both parties, who have these allegations. And there's a rot in both parties. Right now, there's a rot in the system, and it's just going to get worse before there's a chance that things sort of get back to normal, I think.
And at state houses around the country, the legislative house branches. We're going to have to leave it there for now. By this time tomorrow, we'll know. Thank you so much, Sarah. It's great to see you, Kathleen. And that does it for this edition of Andrea Mitchell Reports. Craig Melvin is up next, right here on MSNBC. Happy Election Day, Craig.
Happy Election Day indeed, my friend. Good to see you. Craig Melvin here at MSNBC headquarters in New York on a busy Tuesday. A sexist smear. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand firing back at the president after President Trump calls her a flunky who would do anything for campaign contributions. Senator Elizabeth Warren backing up her colleague, taking it a step further, even accusing the president of trying to slut shame. Also, Judgment Day. Right now, polls are open in the Alabama Senate race. We are live on the ground with reporters and analysis. Also, what the campaigns are watching for. The big names called in to win over voters, and the horse named Sassy. And on the offensive, President Trump's lawyers want a new special counsel. Why they think it's time to turn the spotlight on the FBI. We start with President Trump and what one female senator has called his decision to, quote, slut shame another female senator. That comes on a day in which voters in Alabama decide whether alleged sexual misconduct with teenagers is a deal breaker in what should have been an easy win for Republicans. Today, the President of the United States appeared to use sexual innuendo in a tweet, demeaning New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. Asked a short time ago to explain his comments, President Trump merely waved goodbye and exited after signing a defense spending proposal. The president went after the female senator from his home state after Gillibrand called for the president to resign over past allegations of sexual misconduct. This is how she responded to Garrett Haake.
Were you offended by her insinuations in the president's tweets this morning?
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
NBC's chief White House correspondent, Hallie Jackson, is standing by. How did we get here? Explain how all of this started, please.
Let me take you back to 2015, Craig. No, listen, I think that today you can talk about a couple of things. It started with this week, frankly, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand adding her voice to the Democratic senators calling on Donald Trump to resign. So that includes not just Senator Gillibrand, but Senators Sanders, Senator Booker, Senator Merkley as well. Gillibrand, up until this morning, was the only woman of that group, and that is who President Trump aimed his ire at this morning on Twitter. So here's the tweet from the president that first came out this morning. And I want to pull it up on the screen here because he says, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand is a lightweight, called her a flunky for Chuck Schumer, and said someone who would come to my office, quote, begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, parentheses, and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump, adding that she's been disloyal to Bill and Crooked. And I want to focus on that parenthetical there, and would do anything for them. That raised a lot of questions, raised a lot of eyebrows. The president seeming to insinuate something sexually suggestive. We don't know because the White House has not responded to our questions about it, and the president did not respond in that pool spray that we're showing video of now. But I will tell you that about 10 seconds before your show, I got off the phone with a White House official. There's going to be something. There will be an answer to this question. Can't tell you what the answer is yet, nor in what form that'll come. Yeah. Likely at Sarah Huckabee Sanders' briefing that is set to start in about an hour. It is possible there may be some kind of statement prior to that, but the White House is going to have to answer to what exactly the president was talking about here, because it has created now a situation where Senator Gillibrand, who on Capitol Hill talking with Garrett Haake and others, has to be sort of talking about this now. So she tweeted back to the president in a rather fiery tweet her response to this. You heard her call it essentially a sexist smear. She is getting backup now from Senator Elizabeth Warren, who is accusing the president of slut-shaming Senator Gillibrand. So this has become, again, yet another day of the questions resurfacing now, not just about the president and his feuds with people on Capitol Hill, but those sexual misconduct allegations against the president. We are now on the second day this week that these are in the headlines. Clearly, this has gotten under the president's skin. Clearly, these calls for him to resign are irritating him. The political reality is it's not going to happen. The 50-plus Democratic women who want to see a congressional investigation, that is almost certainly not going to happen either. But it is continuing to dominate the political discussion today. And if I had to put, dollars to donuts, Craig, it's going to be a big part of the briefing today, too.
And to be clear, 16 women have accused the president of the United States of sexual misconduct in the past. And the response from the White House, again, is that the president doesn't know these women, hasn't met these women, doesn't know what they're talking about.
But wait a second. But let's just fact, because the response from the White House has been that the president has denied these allegations before. Their line, both publicly and privately, Craig, is that the American people knew of these allegations prior to the election. Right. It's not as though these are coming out now. They're saying this has essentially been litigated. It's over. It's done. Litigated by the American public, at least, and they have made their decision. But when you talk about the president says, calls these false allegations, false accusations, but then he also says he did not meet these women. He doesn't know these women in some cases, but that is just not accurate. When you look at the list, I don't know if we have that graphic we can pull up here, but the president, some of these women that have accused him were contestants on his reality show, one of them. One of them was a contestant in his beauty pageant. One of them was a receptionist at Trump Tower where he worked. And so I just want to sort of make that point that as the president continues to talk about what is in the headlines today, which is these allegations of sexual misconduct against him, that is part of the response.
An important point indeed. Our chief White House correspondent, Hallie Jackson, there for us at the White House. Hallie, thank you. Meanwhile, right now on Capitol Hill, the Democratic Women's Working Group is holding a news conference. They are calling on the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to investigate the allegations of sexual misconduct against President Trump. This is a live look at that news conference. More than 100 lawmakers have signed on to this letter so far. This is Congressman Brenda Lawrence right now. Let's listen in for just a bit.
What we learn, I think certainly crimes, violations of the law can lead to that.
And history has shown us that we impeached a president for inappropriate sexual behavior in the past. So I would say history answers that question.
Yes.
What do you think it says that President Trump won after these allegations were out there, and then now he's back and growing more now than?
Well, I think when you go back to the presidency, there were so many issues being litigated that may have overshadowed the allegations of the many, many women who accused him of sexual abuse. I think today, if you look at the mood of the country and the Me Too movement, the time is right to really get to the truth of the matter. And what do I say about Roy Moore and him? I don't know. Maybe I say it takes one to know one. I think it's disgraceful that he would back him. Yes.
If Democrats were in majority in the House in 2018, is this something that you guys all believe the Oversight Committee should be proceeding on?
Yes. Do you all hear the question?
Can we make one other statement?
Yeah, come on. Come over. This is Jackie Spear. You know her. She's one of the mothers of the movement, also our policy communications chair. Go ahead.
Thank you. As you're all aware, House Rule 10 gives the Congress of the United States, and particularly the House of Representatives, the authority to investigate anything at any time. And it is under that House rule that we are calling on the Government Oversight Committee to do the investigation. But what took place this morning when the president tweeted about our colleague, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, is grotesque. It took my breath away, and it represents the conduct of a person who is ill-equipped to be the president of the United States.
Absolutely. Okay. We'll all say amen to that. Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to know if you guys would be willing to apply the same standard of members of your own party. You have a member in your cups right now. Would you be willing to call for an ethics investigation or anything
I think all of us I think we've all taken the position that we want a fair process here. Some of us have been working with the House Administration Committee to get a fair process. I think that's what we're all about.
I think the Democratic Party has been very strong in saying that there should be an ethics investigation, and that you have seen actions from the Democratic Party that we're not running away from this. We are standing together and saying accountability goes all the way to the White House.
I think we believe that sexual abuse, victims of sexual abuse, perpetrators, there's no specific race or religion or ethnicity or party. I think Republicans and Democrats, independents, are all equal opportunity offenders. Anybody else? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there you have it, a news conference there. The Democratic Women's Working Group is the name of that collection of female lawmakers that you just saw there. We heard from Congresswoman Lois Frankel, Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence as well, and then Jackie Spear at one point from California, who called that back and forth between the President of the United States and Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, said that his tweet to her was, quote, grotesque, and it represents conduct of a person who is ill-equipped to be president of the United States. This group is calling on this oversight committee to, quote, conduct a full inquiry into the truth of these allegations of sexual harassment, sexual assault against President Trump. Let's bring in Washington Post opinion columnist Catherine Rampell now, and Yamiche Alcindor as well, New York Times national political reporter, also an MSNBC contributor. Thanks for being with me. We've heard from 6 Democratic senators now, 6 Democratic senators calling on President Trump to resign over these sexual misconduct allegations. The latest, we've heard Kirsten Gillibrand as well calling on him. And now we've got this group of lawmakers calling on this investigation. We know that this investigation isn't going to happen for the most part, Catherine. And we know that the President of the United States isn't going to resign. So what's the end game here? What's the goal? What's the point?
I've been struggling to answer this question myself. Look, the things that Trump is accused of doing in terms of sexual misconduct are abominable. The tweets that he sent this morning are grotesque. They are gross. They are unbefitting of a president. But that's almost redundant at this point. You know, at some point, Trump behaving badly on Twitter, Trump saying sexist things ceases to become news. And my fear is that these kinds of conflicts only strengthen Trump. They are somewhat of a distraction in the sense that while he's hurling insults at senators, while he's riling up liberals and conservatives against each other and energizing his base, we are missing what's happening with CHIP, that 9 million children are going to lose their health insurance. We're missing what's happening with the tax cuts. We're missing what's happening with the CFPB. So by focusing...
So you think there's a method to his madness? You think this is part of some sort of concerted effort by the president?
Look, it's hard to say how strategic it is. Okay. The consequence, in any case, whether it's deliberate or not, is that we're paying attention to these insult wars, this name-calling that actually helps Trump, that energizes his base, and we're paying less attention to these kinds of policy changes that could move the ball forward and that could help people's lives. Again, I'm not saying the stuff that Trump says is okay. Yeah. The stuff that he's accused of is okay. But I do wonder from the perspective of the Democrats whether now is the right time to be trying to get an ethics inquiry that's never going to happen. You know, why not wait a month from now, after we've passed DACA, hopefully, after we have settled CHIP, and after we have potentially tried to block or moderate this major tax bill. It's hard to wrap my head around what the end game is here, to answer your question.
Yamiche, the press secretary, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she's expected to take to the podium again here at the top of the hour. We heard from her yesterday. She was grilled about these women who've come forward, who actually came forward during the campaign to accuse the President of the United States of sexual misconduct. At least 16 women, by the way. This is part of what she said yesterday.
The president has addressed these
accusations directly and denied all of these allegations. And this took place long before he was elected to be president. The American people knew this and voted for the president, and we feel like we're ready to move forward in that process.
We all knew it. We voted for him anyway. That's the argument from the White House. In this current environment in which we've seen one Democratic senator resign, a senior House Democrat resign, a Republican congressman resign, another congressman from Texas who's on the cusp perhaps of resignation or being forced out, does the press secretary have a point there? Is this a case that was argued and resolved?
I mean, I don't know if it was resolved, but it was a case that was definitely argued. It was a case that where millions of women, mostly Republican women, mostly white women, looked at Donald Trump and said, "This is someone that I want to represent me on the world stage." I was in the field on the campaign trail interviewing women after women in Ohio and Pennsylvania and North Carolina, and I heard over and over again, yes, at that time, candidate Trump is brash. Yes, he's even a wild card. Yes, I don't like the way he talks, but he reminds me a little bit of my husband and the fact that and the way that he talks to me, or he reminds me of men that I've learned or met in my entire life that have treated women in this way but have still risen. So in some ways part of it was being relitigated, but part of it is society. Women, when I talked to them, said that they had to kind of live with men who sounded like Trump. So when you have someone now going after Kirsten Gillibrand, yes, it's news because he's the president of the United States, but I would imagine that his voters understood that this was the president that they were going to get, and as a result, they were backing him and endorsed this type of behavior.
I want to put up the tweet again from the president because I do think it's important that we continue to not normalize a lot of what we're covering every day. This is the tweet from the president with regards to Kirsten Gillibrand. It's coming up here in a second. Just to remind our viewers and listeners what he said about the senator from New York. Lightweight, total flunky for Chuck Schumer, someone who would come to my office begging for contributions and would do anything for them. We don't really have to dance around it. It's very clear what the president of the United States is implying.
Yeah, it's not a dog whistle, it's a bullhorn.
Right.
But again, this is what we've come to expect from Trump. This is his shtick. And in a sense, I think it's not only, to Yamisha's point, it's not only that a lot of voters excuse it. I think there are a lot of voters who like it, that they like.
They like that?
Well, I think they like ticking off liberals.
I think it's part of the entertainment. I think it's part of the entertainment value that people got. There were voters that told me that they voted for Donald Trump because he was entertaining and he felt like he was someone who had a hot hand and was kind of someone that was funner to watch than Hillary Clinton. There's the American society is also looking at this and saying he's a really funny guy. This is a really funny incident that you have a sitting president arguing with a Democrat. But I think while Democrats are of course enraged by this, there is this political calculus that they're making. They're making this political calculus that they're gonna make their message to voters be all about Trump. And you talk to Democrats away from this and they say, we're going to have a real message in 2018. We're going to be talking about economics. We're going to be talking about people's lives. We're going to be connecting with people. And so far for the entire year, they've been saying we're better than Trump. And that's the message that they're continuing to send as they ask for him to resign.
That's the message that they used last year in the presidential election and that lost. That's my concern here. By Democrats not talking about these economic issues, by not talking about these critical issues that are important to people's access to health care, to dreamers to be able to stay in this country, et cetera. I think that they're playing into Trump's hands. Again, whether Trump is deliberately strategizing this and coordinating this or not, I do think there's a fundamental miscalculation in here that they're talking about some of these issues to the exclusions of others, or at least maybe it's us in the press. To be fair, Gillibrand and Warren and others have hammered about the tax bill, about CHIP, about DACA, et cetera, but that's not what we're focused on, right?
I mean,
that's
I think
not
that
what
the
voters
media
are
has been
focusing
telling
on.
those stories too. I think the media has been telling those stories too, but this is the challenge of covering the presidency in an era like this. There's so much chaos that you can't ignore the fact that the president is implying that someone could do whatever they wanted or do whatever you told them to do for money. You can't ignore that stuff, but people also know that the tax bill and the implications of that have to also be told. So there's this fine balance for journalism, but I would imagine that Donald Trump understands that when he gets people riled up about this is what we're talking about right now. And we don't have to talk about the judges that he's stacking on the appellate courts and all the other things that his administration is doing.
3 times as many judges in his first year as President Obama got in his first year. Yamiche, thank you there in Washington. Catherine Rampell, always good to have you as well. This conversation that we're having, all of it against the backdrop of this. That's Roy Moore on a horse. He has cast his ballot there in Alabama, did it via horseback. More from Alabama right after this. For more on that race down in Alabama, I'm joined by Josh Moon, columnist with the Alabama Political Reporter, Kyle Whitmire, columnist with the Alabama Media Group. They know Alabama a lot better than most. So, Josh, let me start with you. Trump's own troubles with allegations of sexual misconduct, do you think they'll have a trickle-down effect at all today?
No, I really don't. I mean, apparently nothing at all matters anymore. You can pretty much do whatever, and everybody has already chosen a side, and it doesn't matter. I mean, look at the allegations against Roy Moore, and you have, I mean, literally you have preachers defending Roy Moore and attacking the women who have accused him. So, no, I mean, the fact that the president has some allegations against him, I don't think it matters one tiny bit here in this race.
Kyle, what are we hearing on the ground today with regards to turnout?
We're seeing turnout that is more typical of a general election than a special election. Maybe not quite to presidential election levels, but it's very high, and it's high everywhere.
Which candidate do we think that would benefit most?
You know, I was talking to someone with the Jones campaign a few days ago who said that there's sort of a sweet spot that they're aiming for, right? If turnout were to be below 700, that would worry them. If it got up above, 1.1 or 1.2 million, that would worry them too, because that would mean that a more typical electorate is coming out. That doesn't favor them. They need suburban women. They need African Americans to come out for them. They need millennials to come out for them. If you see a very low turnout, that meant that those folks didn't show up. But if you see a really high turnout, that means your more typical rural voters, older voters are coming out in droves and could cancel those votes out.
Josh, one of the men who served in Vietnam with Roy Moore tried to defend his character at a rally last night. Take a listen to how he did it.
There came a time when another officer came through our base camp. He had served his tour of duty in Vietnam, and he was spending his last night up country, and he took us to this place, which turned out to be a brothel. Roy turned to me in less time than it took for someone to come up to us. And there were certainly pretty girls, and they were girls. They were young. Some were probably very young. I don't know. I don't remember that. I wasn't there long enough. Roy said to me, "We shouldn't be here. I'm leaving."
What was that?
I swear to God, this is the dumbest campaign in the history of political campaigns. I mean, look at what has happened on this campaign over the last several weeks. This is the dumbest campaign in history. And the idea that these people still have a chance to take a seat in the U.S. Senate is astounding.
Is Alabama that conservative? Is that what people around America just can't get their heads around?
Yeah, I think so. I think that they are also, a lot of the religion plays into this, and Roy Moore has been able to play on that for the entirety of his political career. And so, I think that plays a big role in this as well. But yeah, I mean, it is a conservative, and it's a conservative bubble. The number of people in this state who flatly refuse to believe, validated reporting and sources that are real and have gone out and actually talked to people is really kind of astounding. It really is.
Kyle, Steve Bannon, he was at the rally last night. He took a swipe at Joe Scarborough's intelligence in the process. He also appears to have taken a swipe at the University of Alabama as well. Take a listen.
That's right, Joe. I got into some Yankee schools, Georgetown and Harvard, that I don't think you made the cut on, brother.
So Steve Bannon says you're not smart enough to go to his schools.
Yeah.
Where did you go to school?
I went to the University of Alabama. Roll Tide!
I'm sorry. I'm confused.
If Roy Moore does manage to pull this thing out tonight, how much of it should he attribute to Steve Bannon and his endorsement?
I think Bannon has been much more effective or been of much more value in this general election than he was in the primary. He got a lot of credit in the primary that really belonged to dynamics of local Alabama politics and the dissatisfaction of Alabama voters with Luther Strange and the sort of corrupt bargain that they all thought that he had with our former governor, Robert Bentley. But look, he has a very powerful disinformation campaign that he can take Breitbart, he can put an article on Breitbart, and then you have this network of Twitter bots and trolls that have, you know, they're basically campaign volunteers on the internet from all around the country, even all around the world, who can then spread that information, and that's what voters get bombarded with in social media.
Really quickly here, Josh, who wins it tonight, Jones or Moore?
I believe Jones does.
Really?
For some reason, man, I don't know. Maybe it's just wishful thinking on my part. I mean, really, just wishful thinking.
Kyle, how about you?
I've been resisting every call to make a prediction because.
Come on, Kyle. Come on, Kyle.
Come on, Kyle.
All right, I will say, and I don't think this is wishful thinking. I think I would say Jones by a small margin too.
Okay.
Only because, I mean, you have to make a decision here. If you look at the polling, there is a difference in the type of methodology that's been used in the polling, and the more traditional polling that doesn't rely on landlines only, that doesn't rely on wonky experimental internet stuff, has been leaning toward Jones.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there.
I'm making my decision, and I'm laying my prediction with them.
Kyle and Josh both think that Doug Jones wins this thing. A big thanks to both of you. We'll check in with you tomorrow. President Trump, again, for those of you who haven't been keeping up, just attacked a female U.S. senator who called on him to resign. Now more than 100 members of Congress are calling for an investigation into the president's alleged sexual misconduct.
Fake news would tell you that we don't care for Jews. I tell you all this because I've seen it all, so I just want to set the record straight while they're here. One of our attorneys is a Jew. We have very close friends that are Jewish and rabbis, and we also fellowship with them.
That was Kayla Moore there, Roy Moore's wife, making a last-minute pitch for her husband at a campaign rally last night. How is her message, how is her husband's message resonating with the voters there in Alabama? NBC's Katie Beck is in Mountain Brook, Alabama. It's just outside Birmingham. This is where Doug Jones, the Democrat there, is going to be watching election returns as we understand it. Katie, what are folks on the ground saying?
Good afternoon, Craig. We are in Birmingham on Election Day, where this special election is the talk of the town. Everybody who's been coming into this diner has had their I voted stickers on, and everybody has been expressing some pretty passionate opinions one way or the other. Some folks here voting for Jones, some voting for Moore, and many that we spoke to are still undecided at the diner counter on the morning of Election Day, still aren't sure who they're going to vote for. One of those folks that's sort of undecided at this point is Charlotte Donald. Thank you for joining me, Charlotte. Talk about sort of the conflict that you're having as you head into the booth today.
Well, I've been a Republican for many years, and I still support the platform of the Republican Party. I guess by and large, and more importantly, I'm a pro-life candidate, a person, not candidate, but I definitely believe in pro-life and most of what the Republican Party has stood for. But I'm very disappointed in this election. The candidate that I supported lost in the runoff, and I'm tempted to still write him in, to tell you the truth.
To do a write-in candidate today?
It would be Luther Strange. I would write him in, yes. I'm tempted. I haven't made my mind up completely.
But you're not going to waste your vote. You are going to go to the polls.
I'm going to the polls. I think.
So has this been hard on Alabama? I know that you guys have been in the spotlight. We've talked to a lot of people like you today who are sort of morally conflicted. Where do I go here? You must be sort of ready for this to be over.
I am so ready for it to be over. Is everybody I know. We're sick of all the campaigns and all the ads that are nonstop. And also, I do think that I'm an Alabamian. I've lived here all my life except for a short time in Georgia. And I'm sick of the bad publicity for Alabama. And I do want people to know Alabamians are smart people. They're people with convictions. They care about the issues. And we're just misrepresented. And I want the person that goes to Washington to be effective. I want him to carry our values there. And I thought I knew who that person was. And I still, I like both candidates in different ways.
Right. So today's going to be a tough decision for you.
Hey, Katie.
Well, we'll let you get to the polls. We know that's on your list.
Katie?
And happy birthday to you, Charlotte. This is actually your birthday. Thank you for joining us. Yes, Craig.
Happy birthday, Ms. Donald. Katie, really quickly, and she looks relieved, so maybe she won't answer the question, but can you just ask her, does she believe the women?
Actually, we're gonna have
does she believe the women that have accused Roy Moore of inappropriate sexual advances when they were teenagers?
Sure. One quick question from the anchor. We had discussed this earlier. What is your belief in the allegations that have come forward against Roy Moore? You spoke earlier that you were kind of skeptical about those.
Yes. Well, I have to believe that most of it is a lie. I really think there could be some truth, but Roy Moore has denied all of it. I would like for him to speak more about it and tell us if he's guilty of some of what is alleged that he's done, then he certainly was wrong and should never have happened. However, he still denies it. And it was almost 40 years ago. Now, I do believe people change. And I have to believe the last 40 years I've followed his career, and I do believe that he has been a good, in many ways. He hasn't been the leader a lot of people in this state want, but I think he stands by his Christian principles. And, you know, God will judge him.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Charlotte.
And
Craig.
happy birthday again, Charlotte. Katie back there in Mountain Brook. Katie, thank you. I'm joined now by two folks who also know Alabama very well. Alabama radio talk show hosts Andrea Lindenberg and Matt Murphy from Talk 99.5 in Birmingham. This is the morning drive show there in Birmingham. Andrea, Alabama's native son and NBA Hall of Famer Charles Barkley campaigning for Doug Jones last night. This is part of what he said.
At some point, we got to stop looking like idiots to the nation. At some point, I mean, listen, I love Alabama, but at some point, we got to draw a line in the sand. So we're not a bunch of damn idiots.
The round bound of rebound there out on the stump. Hey, so here's the thing, Matt, you probably just heard my previous interview there with Charlotte. Is that what Doug Jones is up against? People who just, no matter what, they still don't believe the women?
Well, I don't know that it's a matter, Craig, of not believing the women. I think it's more of a matter of not knowing what to believe. These allegations are so fresh, and Roy Moore has been a known quantity for so long. Alabamians do know that they more align with the ideological principles of a Republican and of a candidate such as Roy Moore. So they have to weigh those two things, whether or not they consider these allegations to be credible enough to sway their vote in any way, versus wanting someone with the ideological position of a Roy Moore versus a Doug Jones. And it really, in a lot of ways, comes down to the issue of abortion. Miss Charlotte, and happy birthday, Miss Charlotte, she mentioned the pro-life issue. And for a lot of Alabamians, they can't get past the fact that Doug Jones is not pro-life.
Andrea, the listeners who called in this morning, what did you hear from them by and large?
Well, it's interesting you played Charles's his clip there because he called into the show, and we had a back and forth with him trying to break this down. And I think many of our listeners have struggled with this vote. You had those dyed-in-the-wool Roy Moore supporters who were going to vote for him no matter what. They don't believe any of this. They say he's a man of God, and they stick with him. Then you had those of us who voted for someone else initially in this race. Our candidate lost, so then we chose in the runoff. And then you have voters who say they don't know what to believe, but big picture they support the Republican Party. So they're going to cast a ballot for the Republican Party.
Roy Moore, Matt, took no questions yesterday. He did grant an interview to a 12-year-old girl for a pro-Trump super PAC. This online video, take a look.
What are the most important issues to the voters of Alabama?
Well, I think one is religious liberty. I think we've got to look at that.
Given the accusations against him, was that the best strategy, Matt?
Not in my way of thinking, Craig. Roy Moore has disappeared by and large from unscripted or unfriendly interviews, or at least interviews from people that he's heretofore come on. He's come on our show plenty of times. He's chosen not to come on our show since the allegations emerged. We would love to hear from Roy Moore. We'd love to talk to Roy Moore. I don't necessarily think that it's the best look. I mean, these types of interviews make me itchy to begin with. When you have young people who probably don't have the command of some of these weighty issues that might need to have. And considering the allegations and the closeness in age between the 12-year-old and Lee Corfman, 14 at the time that she alleges this incident occurs, I don't think it was the best look for him.
Andrea, if Roy Moore does win this thing tonight, how much of that could he attribute to Steve Bannon? How much of that could be attributed to President Trump?
I'll be honest with you. I don't find Bannon just this, yes, that's going to get out the vote. There are those people in Alabama who are excited about that. But I think if you're excited about Steve Bannon supporting Roy Moore, you were going to vote for Roy Moore anyway. With the president, you know, he endorsed a different candidate, the opponent to Roy Moore in the runoff. And many of us said, you know, with all due respect, Mr. President, we appreciate you and what you're trying to get accomplished, but we're picking a different candidate in this runoff. So I don't know that it's going to get anybody encouraged who was going to sit this election out to say, you know what, I'm going to go to the polls just because Steve Bannon was here or the president sent out a robocall.
This is something else that caught a lot of folks' attention. This local Alabama farmer, his name's Nathan Mathis, he's campaigning against Moore. This is what he said to our own Vaughn Hilliard.
He didn't call my daughter by name. He said all gay people are perverts, abominations. That's not true. We don't need a person like that representing us in Washington.
Mathis lost his gay daughter to suicide at the age of 23. Moore is against gay marriage, against transgender rights, as you know. Doug Jones says he's for LGBT equality. How much of an issue is this in that race today?
I don't know that it's so much an issue for the voters. We understand that for a long, long time, Roy Moore has conflated his religious beliefs with politics. We understand it's a very faith-based belief for a lot of Alabamians, and so perhaps they take that into the polls with him. Your heart goes out to this gentleman. Obviously, he has some guilt on his own about the death of his daughter, and so you feel for him, and you certainly wish the best for him. But I don't know how much it has anything to do with that as opposed to the president's agenda and whether or not you can get a vote in the Senate to further that agenda.
And I'm going to add this, too. I'm a Christian. I know Roy Moore, he's running on his faith. I have problems with the words like abomination. I think love is what you have to show, and empathy and consideration. So I have a problem with the use of words like that.
Andrea, thank you. Matt, a big thanks to you as well. Appreciate your time, guys. Rushing to her defense, how U.S. senators, women and men, are backing up Senator Kirsten Gillibrand after the president said that she would beg and do anything, his words, for campaign contributions.
What took place this morning when the president tweeted about our colleague, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, is grotesque. It took my breath away, and it represents the conduct of a person who is ill-equipped to be the president of the United States.
That was Congresswoman Jackie Spear a few moments ago defending her colleague, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, after President Trump attacked the New York senator earlier this morning with a tweet containing sexual innuendo. Spear and more than 100 other lawmakers are now calling for the House Oversight Committee to investigate those allegations of sexual misconduct against President Trump. At least 16 women have accused the president of sexual misconduct ranging from unexpectedly entering women's dressing rooms to unwanted grabbing and kissing. Garrett Haake is covering all of this. He joins me now from Capitol Hill. 6 senators calling for the president to resign. What other reaction are you hearing on the Hill today, sir?
Well, Craig, as often happens in this case, you're seeing a pretty neat partisan divide between the reactions on this. Republican senators have been very quick to say they've been focused on tax reform today. They haven't looked at the tweets, or simply that they don't follow the president's tweets, as we so often hear when he tweets things like this that are controversial. And I think Congresswoman Spears' remarks summarize pretty well what we've heard from Democrats who are outraged at this. They see this as a personal, nasty, sexist attack at one of their colleagues, and they see it as beneath the dignity of the Oval Office, something that for most of these Democrats, frankly, underscores what many of them have already felt.
How likely is it that the House Oversight Committee actually undertakes an investigation of any sort?
Craig, as we stand here today, I would say it's about a 0% chance. As long as Republicans control the House of Representatives and control those committees, there's no reason that they would take up that kind of investigation. It could only end badly for them. But that being said, if Democrats take back control of the House after next year's elections, I'd up that chance to about 100%. And this is something that the White House and folks here on Capitol Hill are very aware of. If Democrats get control of the House again, all of the sort of investigative apparatus available to them is likely to be focused on this president and on this White House.
Late word here that Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton, he is going to be announcing his Senate appointment tomorrow, as I understand it. Any word on who the governor might be appointing to the upper chamber to take Al Franken's spot?
Craig, the local reporting out of Minnesota and out of the Midwest has always pointed towards the lieutenant governor, Tina Smith. She's a close ally of the governor. There's some thought that it would be good to have a woman in that position, given why Al Franken is leaving the Senate. But I don't have anything confirmed or specific that I can say other than to watch the lieutenant governor, thought to be the most likely pick tomorrow morning.
Garrett Haake from Capitol Hill for us on this election day. Garrett, thank you, sir. Joined now by MSNBC political analyst Hugh Hewitt, host of the Hugh Hewitt Show on the Salem Radio Network, also, of course, host here at MSNBC as well, and Jonathan Allen, national political reporter for NBC News Digital. Gentlemen, thanks for your time. Hugh, let me start with you in this back and forth between the president and Senator Gillibrand. You have seen and covered your share of sex scandals involving politicians. When the president says that he doesn't know these women, that all of this is made up from all 16, is that the best strategy to shoot this down?
No, the best strategy is to talk about tax reform. The best strategy is to focus on judicial appointments, the 12th one of which to the Federal Circuit Court will occur this week, more than quadrupling the number that President Obama put on in his first year. So, no, it's ill-advised. And when the people object to the tweet as they did today, look, the president went after NFL players for their gestures, their symbols, and he interpreted them. He'll have no ability to reject the most adverse interpretation of his tweet that went out, because he often attributes to other people the most adverse interpretation of their gestures and tweets. And so, man, it's not the way to pass your agenda.
Hugh, you don't think, though, that the tweet itself was anything less than objectionable? I mean, it's fairly clear to most people that the president of the United States was trying to slut shame a sitting U.S. senator.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I would say it certainly can be interpreted as that. It can certainly be interpreted. I don't know what he meant. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me to say he was begging for anything. He could have called attention to her contributions and said, how odd that she took my money then, but now attacks me now. That would be perfectly acceptable back and forth. But that a whole bunch of people are piling on and suggesting that it is a sexual harassment of Senator Gillibrand to do that is exactly what can be expected when you tweet inappropriate attacks on a personal level at any individual. Where it comes on the spectrum of offensive,ness, I leave it to everyone to judge. I just think it was a bad idea, Craig.
Jonathan, what's to be gained by these lawmakers who last hour calling for an investigation that's not going to happen, U.S. senators to demand the resignation of a sitting president that's not going to happen? What's to be gained by all of this?
Well, I think they continue to keep the pressure on President Trump and on Republican lawmakers, and particularly in a nonpartisan sense, to continue this national reckoning we're having and make sure that that these behaviors aren't acceptable in the workplace or other places.
Let's turn to Alabama here, and Hugh, the majority of polls have Roy Moore ahead, but as I understand it, you think that Doug Jones pulls this out tonight. Why is that?
Well, I was cheered by the Fox News poll that showed Doug Jones up 10 points, not because I'm certain that they've got the best methodology, but my heart tells me that there are a lot of Republicans who are like Richard Shelby in Alabama, who believe that the election of Roy Moore would damage the Republican Party long term, would damage the state's image, would damage the electoral policy, very heart and soul of American politics. And therefore, I think the Shelby vote is bigger than the 10% swing that Doug Jones needs. And this last half hour I was watching, I think it was Miss Marsha was on with you, and she was saying she's pro-life. So she's torn because Doug Jones is an abortion rights absolutist, as he told Chuck Todd on Meet the Press a few weeks ago. But I think more and more people are going into the Shelby camp in Alabama, so I expect Doug Jones to win tonight.
Jonathan, your thoughts on Alabama?
Well, I think we've been focusing a lot on the Roy Moore base and on African-American turnout, but really, I think the key here is what do moderate white Republicans, maybe that Shelby base that Hugh Hewitt was just talking about, what do they do in the suburbs of Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile, the big cities? What are they doing outside there? That's going to be the big key. If they shift over into the Jones column or even don't show up for more, could be a good night for Democrats. One place I'd have you look, Craig, I'm going to be watching Talladega County tonight. President Trump won there with 62% of the vote. I'm sorry, statewide won 62%, and Talladega got 61.7. Should be a good bellwether to see how these two candidates are performing. And as Ricky Bobby, the fictional character, once said, if you ain't first, you're last.
We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there with the Ricky Bobby reference. Hugh Hewitt, thank you. Jonathan Allen, thanks as always for dropping those nuggets at the end. In the next hour, former TV host Gretchen Carlson, who spoke out against alleged misconduct in her own workplace, famously. She's going to join us to react to the president's attack on Senator Gillibrand. That's going to do it for this hour of MSNBC Live. Katie Tur is standing by. She won't tell you this, but I will. She's going to be on the Stephen Colbert Show tonight, late night, Stephen Colbert. But before that, she'll do some news.
I will be tonight. I hope you're watching, Craig. I hope you're watching at home as well. But yes, there is more important news at this very moment right now. It's 2 p.m. here in the East and 1 p.m. in Alabama, where the polls close in a few hours in the most consequential Senate race we have seen in some time. Every single Alabama expert says tonight's outcome between Doug Jones and Roy Moore is impossible to predict. And after weeks of headlines, attacks, counterattacks that have almost been impossible to believe, add this to the list. The Republican candidate, an accused pedophile, rode in on horseback today to cast his vote, presumably for himself. The horse's name? Sassy. But this is a race with very serious implications. It's not just a battle for Alabama's open Senate seat, but also a potential harbinger for 2018 and a fight for the future and the soul of the Republican Party. Roll Tide.
The verdict rests on the people of Alabama. If you don't believe in my character, don't vote for me.
Judge Roy is a good Christian man, and all this bull crap that's going on is nothing but bull crap.
Fake news would tell you that we don't care for Jews. One of our attorneys is a Jew.
There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better.
Well, I haven't really decided what I'm going to do. I'm just disgusted with the whole situation.
It is time that we put our decency, our state, before political parties.
At some point, we got to stop looking like idiots to the nation.
I don't think Moore is a good representative of the Christian faith or the Republican Party.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Alabama's not going to let that shame happen again.
Well, that's
Meantime, as the president goes all in for Moore, he's picking a political fight with another woman in the Senate. This time it's Kirsten Gillibrand, who has called on Trump to resign over allegations of sexual misconduct. Trump lashed out today, tweeting that Gillibrand had come, quote, begging for donations and, again, quote, would do anything for cash.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice.
Elizabeth Warren called it slut-shaming. We'll get the White House response next hour from Sarah Huckabee Sanders when the daily briefing begins. But before she walks up to the podium, we've got our own team of reporters to break down this Alabama race. NBC's Hallie Jackson is at the White House. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is in Montgomery, Alabama. NBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki is here with me in New York. Also with us from Birmingham, Anna Claire Vollers, an investigative reporter for Reckon by AL.com, and John Archibald, columnist for the Birmingham News. Hallie, let's start with you. The president, all in for more, wants the voters in Alabama to go out and vote for him. Also, though, getting into it with Kirsten Gillibrand. I mean, I hesitate to ask this, but is there a strategy here?
So there's some things that we know and there's some things that we don't know about what has unfolded over these last, 8 to 10 hours here in Washington today. And let's start really even before that, which is Senator Kirsten Gillibrand coming out, calling on Donald Trump to resign as these allegations of sexual misconduct are now back in the headlines. They came up before he was elected. They are coming up again now in the context of this Me Too moment. So that's what happened. She was not the only one who called on the president to do this. You had 3 or 4 other male senators before this morning who were also Democrats, also calling on Donald Trump to step down. But there was only one person who Donald Trump took aim at this morning. You're looking at this graphic. I would note that Senator Hirono only came out this morning after the tweet to call on the president to resign. So at the time of the tweet, it was those 4 men plus Senator Gillibrand, and the president took aim at her, tweeting essentially that she was a lightweight, a flunky of Chuck Schumer's. And then in what seemed to be seemingly, potentially, a sexually suggestive implication or insinuation, said that she came to his office begging for campaign contributions and would do anything for them. Now, that brings us to what we don't know, because we do know that Senator Kirsten Gillibrand thinks that that's a sexist smear. Our colleague Garrett Hake over on the Hill asked if she believed that was sexual harassment by tweet, and that's how she responded. What we don't know is what the White House is going to say that the president meant by that parenthetical notation. We are going to get a statement. It's my reporting from a White House official. There's something coming. We will know more about this. It will probably be at the briefing that has now been pushed to 3 o'clock Eastern time. But the White House has some questions to answer about what exactly the president meant by that. How many times have we sat in that briefing room and heard Sarah Sanders say the president's tweets speak for themselves? Their answer is going to be their answer, but there's a lot of people who want to know what exactly that meant. So that is sort of how we got up to this moment in time.
Yeah, there's always, or often, circumstances where we try to figure out exactly what the president's intending to say on Twitter, and very infrequently do we get real answers from Sarah Huckabee Sanders. We'll see if that changes today. Vaughn, you've been in Alabama now for weeks. It is the day of reckoning, if you will. What are you hearing on the ground there? How's turnout been?
Yeah, to note, there's 67 counties here in Alabama, Katie. 56 of those, there's only one race on the ballot. So Democrats and Republicans have to actively decide to get up and come to the polls today. We're in hour number 7 here in which the polls have been open, and there has been a consistent, steady stream, more than steady compared to past elections. We saw these in the early ballots, just those requests alone. In some counties, 6-fold the number of requests. We're here in Montgomery outside of a polling place here, and they said they're close to almost presidential type levels. I just got word from a precinct out in Huntsville, a key district where Doug Jones is going to need Republican crossover votes, where he needs those Republicans to go and vote for him. And we're seeing 3 times the number of people that came out in the runoff just 2 months ago. We're talking to people on the ground. Doug Jones needs those crossover voters. This is what 2 Republicans told us here this morning.
If Roy Moore's not in Washington, he can't do what we need him to do. I'm not concerned with Doug Jones. I don't believe in his beliefs, and I'm praying he won't be in.
I just think some people are more concerned with tiny, small issues than the overall picture. To me, if you will vote for a sexual predator over a Democrat, something's not right.
Terry Neal, she's a Republican woman there, the last one you heard from. The question is, how many Terry Neals are there? Because Doug Jones is going to need a significant number of Republicans, and that's in areas like here in Montgomery, the suburbs outside of Birmingham, in Huntsville. We are hearing about high voter turnout throughout the Black Belt, in the Democratic-heavy areas, but we're also hearing it in those very places where those crossover voters is needed. But the other place we're hearing high turnout coming from are those rural counties, the place in the Wiregrass area, the kind of the southern Alabama areas, where Roy Moore is banking on high turnout, where he calls this his base. The campaign believes that they have, as they said to me last night, baked in support, that even if the Republicans were to stay home and not vote in some of these other areas like Birmingham and Montgomery, they believe that the rural area is enough. That base alone is enough to give them the election here tonight.
You know, and
Katie?
Vaughn, I was talking to somebody from Team Bannon, somebody from the Breitbart world, and they were saying that they anticipate right now that Roy Moore could win by double digits. That is their outlook, at least at this very early hour. Anna, Roy Moore hasn't given very many interviews. He disappeared from the campaign trail in the final days until this election today, except for yesterday when he gave that interesting rally. But he did sit down with one reporter, and it was a 12-year-old girl. Take a look.
What are the most important issues to the voters of Alabama?
Well, I think one is religious liberty. I think we've got to look at that.
Anna, why is he sitting down with a 12-year-old girl?
I think they're looking for to distance himself a little bit from all of these accusations that have been coming forward. I don't know what that does for people who are sitting on the fence. I think most people who were going to vote for Roy Moore knew that before he sat down with this little girl to talk. So don't know if it moves the needle that much, but it seems like they were trying to show a softer side.
I don't know how trying to distance yourselves from those allegations, in doing that, why would you sit down with a 12-year-old girl? That doesn't really make sense to me. John, what do you think?
Well, I agree with you, but none of this has made a lot of sense if you ask me. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's running for office on the carrying the flag of religious freedom, while at the same time saying that if you don't believe like he does, you're not a Christian, or you don't deserve to have your religion protected. So, I mean, it's irony all the way around, and sitting down with a 12-year-old girl is just more of it.
You know, it's been 33 days since that Washington Post article that first published all those allegations against Roy Moore. Since then, we've seen the Republican Party distance itself from Roy Moore. Lawmakers were calling for him to step aside. National lawmakers, for the most part, national Republicans. They pulled their endorsement. And then the party seemed to turn back around when President Trump refused to pull his support from Roy Moore, much in the same way we saw, I think, during last October, or October 2016, with the Access Hollywood allegations. You know, you had a piece today where you said the world is watching, John, and what it sees will have consequences. What exactly are those consequences?
Well, the consequences for the state of Alabama, for instance, in that everybody will see that the things they've always thought about Alabama, that Alabama has tried so long to distance them from, are true. It'll also have consequences for the nation, because the nation gets Roy Moore and everything that represents. It has consequences to the Republican Party, because the Republican Party gets Roy Moore and all that means. And, you know, the real consequences here in Alabama, I think, are from women who claim they've been abused, women who have been abused and molested and raped, and who have in this Me Too atmosphere have finally found a voice in order to express that, but now they're essentially being told that this is not going to be a safe place. Yeah, don't come out and speak if you're coming out and speaking against somebody who I believe in politically, or who I align with politically. Steve, you're at the big board. You're watching the numbers. What are you going to be focusing on tonight?
Yeah, let's give you two different ways of looking at this. Let's use last year's presidential election in Alabama. Of course, a landslide. Trump won this state big. So first, from the Democrats' perspective, if they're going to make huge inroads and pull off the upset, where to look? Well, we know the target here, and you heard Vaughn talking about it a little bit. He's saying those suburbs, college-educated white suburbanites, typically Republican voters. These are the folks the Jones campaign is counting on to flip over, say they can't stomach more. So where would you look? Well, here's the first place to look. Let's go to the county that has the highest share of college graduates in Alabama. It's right here outside Birmingham. This is Shelby County. And look at this. You know, traditionally Republican suburban white voters, a 50-point margin for Donald Trump. Now, look, Democrats aren't going to win Shelby County, but here's what to look for. That 73% that Trump got, can they get it down to about 60, 61, 62, something like that? If they do that, they'd be on track in that county. Go through the other, very quickly here, the other counties with the high share of college graduates. We said you got Shelby Shelby. Ooh, that did not work at all. You got Shelby right there outside. You got Huntsville. This is Madison, Huntsville. Take a look in Jefferson. That's where Birmingham is. Lee, that's where Auburn University is. Montgomery, the state capital, and Baldwin, sort of the Eastern Shore area outside Mobile. Again, these are areas with high, for Alabama, concentrations of college graduates. This is where the Democrats are looking. And conversely, you also heard Vaughn say this, the rural areas, the Republican base, the Trump base. Take a look basically north of Birmingham, except for Huntsville. Everything here except that Madison County that I circled. This is the area of Alabama where Donald Trump performed much better than Republicans traditionally perform. They usually do well. He did extremely well. So that's the question for more. This Trump-era polarization, it brought Trump to new heights in this part of Alabama. Does that rub off on Moore? Does he get a boost there the way Trump does?
Steve, what's at stake politically here?
Well, this is, think right ahead, to 2018 next year. What Democrats need to do to get the Senate next year is get a net gain of 3 Senate seats. So you already see like Arizona next year looks like it's in play. Nevada's in play. Maybe the Democrats put Tennessee in play. They got a good candidate recruited last week, but that could be a stretch. Look at this. If you win tonight, if you're a Democrat in Alabama, that +3 becomes +2. That would be all you need next year. And suddenly just Nevada, just Arizona, that could potentially be enough. So in terms of Senate control next year, if Democrats can get a pickup right here, right now, tonight, that changes the math for 2018.
Steve, thanks. Vaughn, last night you spoke to a man who had a pretty powerful message for Roy Moore. He was, I guess, one of the lone protesters standing outside of Moore's event. Just run through that with me. I know it's gotten a lot of attention on social media.
Yeah, last night, to give you an idea of where we were at, we were in Midland City. It's a small, remote town outside of Dothan. This is in the Wiregrass, heavily Republican area. And this man was standing outside with a sign, as well as a picture of a young girl in her basketball jersey. And he began talking and saying that she committed suicide at the age of 23, that she was gay. He said that at one point he was anti-gay. He said things that, to her, that he regretted deeply. And he said that he wanted people to understand that he was a man of faith and that Roy Moore was not somebody he agreed with. I want to play you that soundbite from part of the interview with him.
I was anti-gay myself. I said bad things to my daughter myself, which I regret. Now, you know, Judge Moore not just said my daughter. He didn't call my daughter by name. He said all gay people are perverts, abominations. That's not true. We don't need a person like that representing us in Washington. That's why I'm here.
Katie, it was a moving testament to listen to, and the issue of gay rights, transgender rights, is a much discussed issue out here. In many of these rural communities, you find many of faith background, and I don't want to paint too broad of a stroke when we say that, but Roy Moore has run on this issue. It's been at the forefront of his campaign speeches, his address, when he has taken questions. It's an issue that he tries to rally his base around, and to hear that man's testament, well, you know, much of the country, you know, we suggest progress has been made on this front. Here in Alabama, it's still a very hot button issue that the leading Republican candidate here has run his campaign around, and clearly for many Democrats who feel like they don't have a voice here, it's still a very tough issue, Katie.
And I can understand people who want to vote for Roy Moore looking at the national media, looking at national lawmakers and saying, I don't want to listen to you people. You are outsiders. You know nothing about Alabama politics. But Anna, when you go on social media and you see on Facebook, on Twitter, and you see the interview with that gentleman who lost his daughter, and it's shared hundreds of thousands of times, does that resonate with regular Alabamians?
Yeah, I think it does. I think a lot of the people that I've spoken with, I've made it a point to speak to a lot of Republicans, a lot of Republican women, a lot of evangelical voters. And, you know, they're a more diverse crowd than you might expect as far as what they believe. I mean, a lot of them have never voted for a Democrat in their life, but they do have people that they love in their lives who may be gay, women who may have come forward about assault or things like that. And so a lot of them, they don't want to vote for more, and they're looking for reasons not to. They have a problem with voting for a Democrat or voting for somebody who in their eyes is pro-abortion. So a lot of them have been doing a lot of soul searching, and so it's not just I don't believe the women and I'm going to vote for more anyway with those kind of folks.
And you're looking right now live at a polling station in Montgomery, Alabama, folks lining up to cast their ballots. Anna Claire Vollers, Vaughn Hilliard, Steve Kornacki, and John Archibald. Thank you very much, guys. And next, one of President Trump's, you know what, never mind, Mitch McConnell, the Senate Majority Leader, is now speaking to reporters about Roy Moore. Let's listen in.
Your haste to finish this and the speed that you want to finish this in the next couple of weeks is part of your calculus. The unknown about what comes from Alabama, whether it be Doug Jones or Roy Moore, and that you want to make sure you know what the existing Senate is before you have an unknown in the Senate who may vote one way or the other on tax.
No. How do you like that?
Thank you for the clear answer.
Senator Strange is going to be here through the end of this session.
Have you made a decision yet, should Roy Moore win this evening, whether or not you will seat him on committees? He would be in line to replace Senator Strange, and also formally invite him to participate in the conference.
David, all of those are good questions for tomorrow, and we await the outcome of the Alabama Senate race.
Mr. Leader.
Yeah.
What can you guarantee that people will be on the stopgap funding the government past December 27th?
Well, there isn't any chance that we're going to shut the government down. We're in discussions not only on a cap deal, but also the way forward on appropriations. And there's some other year-end items, like S-chip, for example, that we need to address.
Mitch McConnell asked whether or not the tax calculus, the tax plan, the speediness of getting taxes done in the House and the Senate, the reconciliation process in conference, if that has anything to do with, or will have anything to do with, what's going on in Alabama and the potential for Doug Jones to maybe win down there. Mitch McConnell had a clear and definitive answer: no. Next up, one of the president's lawyers has come up with a whopper of a plan to further discredit Robert Mueller. He now wants to investigate the investigator, as we'll explain. And coming up in just a few minutes, Gretchen Carlson joins me here in the newsroom. We're going to discuss President Trump's Twitter attack on Senator Kirsten Gillibrand and the calls for the president to resign over those sexual misconduct allegations. You know, the ones you've been hearing about for over a year now. A live look at the podium in the White House briefing room. We're expecting Sarah Huckabee Sanders to take the podium and in the next hour answer a number of questions, including what in the world did the president mean with that tweet on Kirsten Gillibrand, saying that she would do anything for money. This, as one of Trump's attorneys calls for an investigation into the investigators, into the DOJ investigators. NBC News has confirmed that attorney Jay Sekulow has called for the appointment of a second special counsel, saying the Department of Justice and FBI cannot ignore the multiple problems that have been created by these obvious conflicts of interest. These new revelations require the appointment of a special counsel to investigate. The revelation Sekulow is referring to can be found in a Fox News report about a senior DOJ official who was demoted last week after failing to reveal that he attended meetings with representatives of Fusion GPS. While neither Robert Mueller nor his investigation appear to be the direct focus of these particular remarks, they do seem to fit a pattern by Trump's legal team to undermine the very agencies behind the special prosecutor's probe. Joining me now, Phil Rucker, White House bureau chief for The Washington Post and an MSNBC political analyst, and Richard Painter, a former chief White House ethics lawyer under President George W. Bush. Phil, how is Jay Sekulow justifying the call for a second special prosecutor?
Well, I talked to him this morning, Katie, and he made clear, first of all, that he doesn't think the second special counsel should look into the work of Robert Mueller and his team, but it should focus on what Jay Sekulow and others on the president's legal team believe is a pattern of corruption at the FBI and the Department of Justice. They pointed to that Fox News report that you just mentioned and the demotion of that senior DOJ official, but feel like there's a broader pattern here to be explored. We've been hearing this sort of drumbeat among Trump loyalists on Capitol Hill, key members of Congress who've come out and tried to allege that there's more going on here that needs to be investigated properly. It seems like potentially an attempt here by the Trump team to muddy the waters a bit.
Not just Trump loyalists on Capitol Hill, but Fox News calling into question the special prosecutor, calling it secret, calling him and his lawyers secret police and whatnot. There are a lot of implications with trying to get the president to undercut this investigation or to potentially try to fire Robert Mueller. And there's a number of headlines that I want to read to you. Max Boot in Foreign Policy said America is heading for an unprecedented constitutional crisis. Jonathan Chait in New York Magazine says the Mueller investigation is in mortal danger. David Graham in The Atlantic, the partisan nihilist case against Robert Mueller. And the Washington Post opinion writer E.J. Dionne said the attacks on Mueller push us closer to the precipice. So with this onslaught of attacks from the right, from Trump loyalists, from Fox News against the credibility and the reputation of Robert Mueller, can this investigation survive?
For now, it is surviving and is living on for another day every day. The one silent area here so far has been President Trump himself. He's had a lot to say, obviously, over these many months about what he views as a witch hunt and a hoax. But he stopped short of questioning the credibility of Mueller. We haven't seen him do that in the last few months.
Why do you think that is?
That's by design. His lawyers have been imploring him to please not attack Mueller. They've been telling him that if he continues to cooperate with the Mueller investigation, it will be over. First, they said it would be over by Thanksgiving, but that's come and gone. Then they said by Christmas, that's almost gone. Now the latest word is it'll be over sometime in January, probably in the new year. And the president, for now, seems to believe them.
Richard, the investigation might go on, but there is a concerted effort to undercut its credibility. So if Robert Mueller comes out and announces his conclusion and it is not in the favor of the president, there's going to be a lot of people out there who will say that this was not fair and that this was a witch hunt and that it was politically motivated. And they've got a lot of voices out there that are willing to back them up on that. What happens when Robert Mueller comes out and makes his announcement?
Well, let's see what he has to say. But there's no way you could attack the credibility of Robert Mueller.
But they are. They are. And the fact of the matter is, Richard, they are. And there are people in this country, lots of people in this country, who want to believe that and are willing to believe that.
Yeah, if they want to believe it, it just makes absolutely no sense. He is really a traditional Republican. Many of us in the Republican Party have admired Robert Mueller for years, even though we see him as nonpartisan. He's been closer to Republicans than Democrats over the years. He has impeccable credentials. He was in the Marines. He's an experienced prosecutor. He was head of the FBI under both Presidents Bush and Obama. And there's just no way you could attack the credibility, the honesty, integrity, or professionalism of Robert Mueller. And anybody tries doing that, it's going to be very transparent what their motives are. Of course, people are being prosecuted or being investigated, don't like the investigators, don't like the prosecutors. The mafia doesn't like prosecutors either. But for Fox News to be weighing in that way and making up a bunch of stories, and the latest story is about some ethics approval letter that Robert Mueller got, it's all a lot of nonsense. And they're just doing that as a smokescreen to cover for the fact that Robert Mueller is moving in on some targets who may be very high up in this administration, and we'll wait and see what he has to say.
The Democrats are going to be coming out to talk to reporters in just a moment, but before we go to them, Richard, I want to ask you about a tweet that you sent out earlier today. You've been talking about the race in Alabama and Roy Moore, and here's what you said. In the 1930s, some people elected to public office in Europe talked about Jews the way the Moore family does today. By the mid-1940s, there weren't many European Jews left. More clearly said, George Soros, is going to hell because of his religion. That alone would be grounds for expulsion from the Senate. Enough. A reminder to our viewers who probably already know this, familiar with this, Kayla Moore last night at that interesting rally came out and, reading from prepared notes, tried to push back on this idea that she and her husband were anti-Semitic or anti-black by saying that one of her lawyers is a Jew and that they have many black friends. Richard, are you confident, given your warning here with these tweets, that there's anybody listening in the Republican Party, lawmakers?
Well, I don't think any decent Christian or anyone else could vote for Roy Moore. He said, specifically with respect to George Soros, that George Soros was going to go to hell because George Soros didn't believe in God except God as his savior. That is an attack on George Soros' religion. He is attacking Jews for not believing in Jesus and saying they're going to go to hell. And that's what he said, and his wife can't backtrack on that, saying, well, we got a Jewish lawyer. That doesn't work. And that doesn't fly anymore in American politics. We do not accept anti-Semitism, and I can't see how a decent Christian can go in there, or anybody else, go in there and vote for a man who spews hatred against gays, blacks, Jews, and seems to love teenage girls. I mean, this is unacceptable for Alabama or any other state in this country.
Richard Painter, thank you very much. Phil Rucker, thank you as well.
Thank you.
Next, Kristen Gillibrand called it a sexist smear. Elizabeth Warren called it, quote, slut-shaming. We're talking about President Trump's tweet today saying Senator Gillibrand had come begging for campaign cash and would, quote, do anything for it. Gretchen Carlson is here and joins me next with her thoughts as a second woman in the Senate calls on the president to resign. Plus, the alleged attacker in New York is officially charged with terrorism, and police say he had some final words for Donald Trump before he tried to blow himself up in Times Square.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
Today, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand hit back after an attack from the president. 24 hours ago, Gillibrand called for Trump to resign after 3 of his accusers came forward with allegations of sexual misconduct. The president has repeatedly denied all such allegations, and this morning, he went after Gillibrand on Twitter. Quote, lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office, quote, begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump, very disloyal to Bill and crooked used. Senator Elizabeth Warren immediately slammed the... What does crooked used mean? I don't understand that. Senator Warren immediately slammed the president, tweeting, are you really trying to bully, intimidate, and slut-shame Senator Gillibrand? Do you know who you're picking a fight with? Good luck with that, real Donald Trump. Nevertheless, hashtag she persisted. Gillibrand is the only senator who called for Trump's resignation that he has attacked. She's on a list that includes a lot of men and at least one other woman. One of the women who, as she says, let the genie out of a bottle on reporting sexual misconduct is here with me now. Former TV anchor Gretchen Carlson settled a $20 million lawsuit against former CEO of Fox, Roger Ailes, after reporting sexual harassment at work. Just last week, she appeared with Senator Gillibrand and other lawmakers on Capitol Hill to announce bipartisan legislation to help prevent sexual harassment in the workplace. She's also the author of Be Fierce, Stop Harassment and Take Your Power Back. As always, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me back.
Thank you for starting this movement.
Thank you.
The president today with that tweet, what did he intend to say? What did he mean? And we can define this before the White House comes out.
Who knows what he was thinking about? Here's what I think about it.
Okay.
It was totally sexist.
Yeah.
For him to only slam Senator Gillibrand, there have been others who have called for his resignation. And to call her a lightweight, that's, first of all, a sexist slam. And then to say that she would do anything for campaign contributions, what the hell does that mean?
What does it mean?
Well, what does it mean?
It seems to suggest that she's a prostitute.
It seems to suggest that she would do anything like a sexual favor for a campaign contribution, and that is incredibly sexist and disgusting.
Do you believe he speaks one way about women and another way about men?
Well, according to this tweet, yes, and according to calling all of his accusers liars, yes.
Calling out our colleague, my colleague, Mika Brzezinski, calling out other women on Twitter, saying things in Howard Stern interviews, saying things on an Access Hollywood tape. I mean, there's a list longer than I can recount right now in this hour-long show.
And the way that he tries to tenor that is to say that he loves women. And
he cherishes them.
He cherishes them. I mean, and that may be true. But what we have to understand in this wave and watershed moment that we're seeing right now with sexual harassment, Katie, is that Sexual harassment is apolitical. How many times do I have to say that? You cannot pick and choose who you want to believe based on what political party you are in.
People do that all the time.
They do it all the time, and we need to come together and stop this. And that's why I was smiling when you said last week that I was successful in getting a bipartisan bill in the House and the Senate. My gosh, nothing bipartisan happens on Capitol Hill. Imagine if we could pass this and get rid of secret arbitration for women in sexual harassment cases. And imagine if this would land on President Trump's desk. And imagine if this would pass for women.
Would he sign it?
Well, I think that he would feel a tremendous amount of pressure to sign it, just like members of the House and members of the Senate are going to feel pressure to be on the right side of history in passing this.
He doesn't succumb to that sort of pressure. When that pressure is put upon him, he pushes back.
Well, there are strategic ways to get things signed, which I won't go into all the things that we're working on, but I'm confident that we are going to get this passed in the House and the Senate.
Democratic women in Congress are calling on the president to be investigated for the allegations against him. The accusers who have accused him of sexual misconduct, which he denies, are calling for the same, a congressional committee that investigates his behavior. Is that a good idea, given that he wouldn't resign even if he was found to have done things improperly?
Well, same thing happened to Bill Clinton. He was impeached. He didn't resign.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it was a different time. I think we'd have a different result if the Bill Clinton situations were happening now in 2017.
No doubt about that.
But, you know, I think that, yes, to be fair to those women who accused Trump of sexual misconduct, that there should be an investigation. You know, their stories came out and then they disappeared. And then we had this tipping point where so many other women that I'm so proud of felt the bravery and the courage to come forward. And look where we are. But those women felt like they were never heard. So they're coming back. And he actually has encouraged them to come back because he tweets about it. He tweets about the sexual harassment of other people who are high profile. And in my mind, that encourages the story to come back to him.
Chuck Schumer just came out and spoke to reporters and talked about Senator Gillibrand. Let's take a listen. It's not.
We'd love to know what Chuck Schumer said.
Hey, can someone tell me what he said in my ear, and I can relay it? He said the tweet was nasty and unbecoming of the office, which is what we're hearing from a lot of folks. Do Republicans have an obligation to come out and take a stand to defend Senator Gillibrand as just another human being?
I think men and women alike, whether or not you're Democrat, Independent, or Republican, need to defend women when they're put in these kinds of sexist situations. I mean, listen. I know that for my kids, this is why I'm doing what I'm doing. And I'm doing it for anyone who's watching today, their kids. Do we want them to face the same indignities? No. And so we have to stand up for any woman, no matter what political party she's in, and say enough is enough. I mean, it's got to stop. You can't continue to only pick and choose who you want to believe in this divisive nature of a country that we live in right now.
Well put. Gretchen Carlson, thank you so much for coming back. We always love to have you.
Thanks for having me.
Good luck with that bipartisan bill. Cross our fingers that it gets passed. And good luck with the book tour.
Thanks, Katie.
See you later. Next, charges are filed against the alleged terrorist who tried to blow up a subway station yesterday in Times Square. He told officials he had a message for the president right before he left his house with a bomb strapped to his stomach. There are new developments this afternoon in the investigation into that attempted terrorist attack here in New York City. The suspect, 27-year-old Akayed Ullah, now faces federal charges, including the use of a weapon of mass destruction. And according to newly unsealed court documents, he left a message online for President Trump on the morning of the attack and has written other anti-American statements. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is here with me in the newsroom. Steph, walk us through the latest developments in this.
Sure. There are a number of jarring things that have come out of this complaint from the U.S. Attorney's Office in Manhattan, but among them, you alluded to it, the morning of the blast, yesterday morning, Akayed Ullah posted a message on Facebook that said, quote, "Trump, you failed to protect your nation," a real stick in the eye to a president who doesn't typically take well to a stick in the eye. There are a number of other interesting and disturbing things that they outline in this complaint. There are 5 charges, and I'll give you 3 of them now. 1, material support for a foreign terrorist organization, bombing of a public place, and use of a weapon of mass destruction. It then goes into some details about his radicalization, that it began 3 years ago, that it was online and he was responding to ISIS propaganda, that he then looked into building a bomb about a year ago, and then a week ago he constructed that bomb. They also found his passport, it said, in his home in Brooklyn, and there were some notations on it, including one which was a quote that said, "Oh, America, die in your rage." Very clearly a man who had been in this country for a while. He was here because he had a family member who is a citizen here. So, and you hear Trump talk about the chain immigration, that's what he's talking about, and he alluded to it today in his comments.
And there are reports that Ullah wanted to specifically attack New York during the holiday season.
Yeah, a senior law enforcement official tells NBC News that he was inspired by the call for threats during the Christmas season, attacks during the Christmas season. That official went further and said that there was actually a particular spot in the tunnel that he had stopped at
because there were a sign or something.
I have to say, I was in that tunnel this morning. I didn't exactly see that, but they do say that he chose that moment because he says it would be busy, that people would be commuting, and certainly at 7:20 in the morning, that is one of the busiest passageways between Port Authority and Times Square. It is jammed with people, and
especially when it's cold outside.
Yeah, and you know, we dodged a bullet here. If that bomb had really exploded completely in that tunnel, it would have been devastating.
It would have been a mass casualty event. Stephanie Goss, thanks so much for coming, and always good to see you in person.
Same, Katie.
On set with me. We're just hours away from finding out who Alabama will choose to serve as their next United States senator. But as voters head to the polls, not even one of the state's sitting senators can say how he would receive a Roy Moore win.
If Roy Moore were to win tonight, how would you have to get along with him?
I try to get along with everybody, but we'll have to see what happens. I know Roy Moore, but I'll tell you, didn't vote for him.
That obviously the other senator from Alabama, Senator Richard Shelby. NBC's Katie Beck is on the ground in Mountain Brook, Alabama, speaking to voters like the one we just heard from. And that includes, I guess, Senator Richard Shelby. Katie, what are you hearing from folks down there? I was watching last hour with a lady who was saying that she was still pretty conflicted.
There's a lot of conflicted voters here in Birmingham. Obviously, it leans more towards Doug Jones. But today here in this diner, we've been talking to people all morning long, and there really is sort of a crisis happening for some people when they get inside that booth. Which way do I go? I've been a lifelong Republican. I can't vote for a Democrat. That's sort of the struggle we've heard over and over again this morning. Joining me right now is Gary Dobbins, and you had an interesting experience this morning at the polls, a crisis of your own. Tell us about that.
Yes, ma'am. I'm a lifelong Republican. And this is the first time in my entire life that I haven't voted for the Republican candidate. I wrote in Nick Saban instead.
True Alabama football fan, that was your choice, huh?
Yes, ma'am. And the reason why is at first I was going to vote for the other guy, but then I had a crisis in the voting booth and started thinking about what Richard Shelby had said and Condoleezza Rice. And so I just wrote in Nick Saban.
You were saying both of them have had sort of a profound effect on you. What Senator Shelby said really moved you.
Yes, I love him. He's done a wonderful job for Alabama. And I just don't think the other guy would do nearly as good a job.
Right. Has this been hard on Alabama being in the spotlight this way for such a long time? Finally, election day is here. There has to be sort of a sigh of relief among people.
Right. I was a huge Luther Strange guy, okay? I mean, I love Luther Strange. And so when he lost to the other guy, that really deflated me and really made me think, gosh, what has this country come to? But I am a sigh of relief big time because, you know, this is something I don't want to have to do again.
Right. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Greg. As I said, Katie, a lot of voters experiencing this kind of conflict today, wondering which way they should go.
And you know, it's interesting that Greg brings up Condi Rice. Condi Rice is a well-respected and well-admired figure down there, and she's somebody that Steve Bannon decided to go after yesterday, much to the detriment of potentially Steve Bannon. Who knows? Katie Beck, thank you very much. And while much of the criticism of Roy Moore has rightfully been on the allegations that he sexually abused young girls, the former judge has never been a popular figure in Alabama politics. In fact, Moore has a history of making inflammatory comments, many of which Republicans will likely be forced to defend, or at least try to ignore, if he wins. He said Muslims should not sit in Congress, that families were, quote, united under slavery, homosexual conduct should be illegal, 9/11 was God punishing perverseness. He has a personal belief that Obama was not born in the U.S., well, that's where he and the president align, I guess, referred to Native Americans and Asians as reds and yellows. He said that Islam is contrary to the U.S. Constitution, and claimed the U.S. was better off without the last 17 amendments, one of which ended slavery. Another gave the woman the right to vote. Bill Britt is the editor-in-chief of the Alabama Political Reporter and host of The Voice of Alabama Politics, and John Hammontree is the managing producer of Reckon by AL.com. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. Bill, Roy Moore has a long history in that state. I just listed off a number of controversial things he has said in the past, controversial beliefs that he still holds today. Do they make a difference to voters down there?
Well, I think they do. I think they've always made a difference. I mean, Roy Moore has always been a firebrand. He has his own brand of Republican. But there are about 30% of the Republican base, maybe 35%, agree with him. And there are a lot of Alabamians that in their private and personal life do feel strongly about some of the things that Roy Moore says. Moore has been fighting back against modernity since he first took office 30-some years ago. He will continue to do that, and that makes a lot of people uncomfortable here and across the nation.
So, John, Roy Moore was interviewed yesterday by a 12-year-old girl. Who knows why the campaign thought it was a good idea to have a 12-year-old girl interview him, but he did. Here, regardless, is what he said to Millie about why he believes voters should cast their ballots for him.
So what do you think the biggest issue the campaign is working on right now?
I would say in Alabama right now, it's the pro-life issue. Because in this campaign, it is a clear contrast between Democrats and Republicans. Our opponent, he believes in abortion up to the day a baby's born. I don't even like to say it. And of course, Judge Roy Moore, being the Republican nominee, he embodies the platform of the Republican Party, leading up with...
Well, I'm sorry, that was the wrong soundbite. That was Doug Jones being interviewed by the same girl. Roy Moore was interviewed. That wasn't Doug Jones, it was somebody else. Interviewed by somebody else. Bill, Roy Moore is talking about family values, quote, family values, Christianity, religious values. He's talking about, he's talking about abortion. Is that really going to be the key issue?
Well, abortion will be a motivating factor, but as far as family values and Christian values, you know, I don't know. I grew up here in Alabama. My parents both went to a Church of Christ college in Nashville. I grew up going to Baptist and Methodist churches all my life, and those aren't my values. I don't think those are the values for a lot of Christians in Alabama. And so the idea that he's projecting this onto the rest of the state, I think that's why you're seeing a lot of pushback, particularly among young voters showing up in droves to the polls.
John, what about African Americans? Doug Jones is going to need the African American vote. He's been campaigning with some high-profile African American leaders, including Cory Booker. He's been campaigning. Charles Barkley was out there campaigning for him. Take a listen, and I'm curious after the soundbite for what you think the African American turnout is going to be like.
We have had so much support from the African American community over the years. I think they've seen in Doug Jones a partner for a long time, and they sure don't see a partner in Roy Moore if you look at the history of what he has said about slavery, secessionists, getting rid of amendments that were passed right after the Civil War. It's only natural, I think, that the African American community rally around someone who was there for them and prosecuted a heinous crime that occurred decades ago.
Are black voters going to show up for him?
Yeah, I think so. You know, there was a lot of this similar speculation on the eve of the Virginia election. Would black voters show up? Had he pushed them away? And then they showed up in droves and flipped the state. Now, we don't have the same type of local elections here that will lead to more black voters showing up other than in Montgomery. But I think that they're on track to show up in the numbers that he needs. And then also in places like Mountain Brook, where you just were talking to a voter, in 2012, Roy Moore only got 36% of the vote there. And so if that holds this year, I think, we're looking at an upset.
John, what counties are you going to be watching out for tonight? I've been hearing about Talladega.
I'm definitely going to be watching Jefferson. How high will the turnout be there? That's going to be Doug Jones' biggest base of support. And then Madison County, where Luther Strange beat Roy Moore in the primary earlier this year. And then Mobile and Baldwin County, a reporter, Brendan Kirby, a former colleague of mine, tweeted that he spoke to a probate judge, and they're expecting that as much as 45% of the vote there could go for Doug Jones. And if that's the case, then Roy Moore's in trouble.
What happens if Roy Moore wins, John? Bill?
Well, again, I would disagree with John's assessment, but that's because of what we're seeing on the ground. Voter turnout in rural black communities is terribly low. It's terribly low across the state right now because Doug Jones has never given the black community a reason to vote for him. Other than 30 years ago, he did a heroic thing. But Doug Jones has done nothing for African Americans in Alabama. If he wins, the long nightmare of Alabama politics continues. If he loses, Doug Jones is in office for a couple of years, and then he'll be thoroughly rejected because of his outrageous stand, according to the people of Alabama, for liberal ideas. I mean, we're a conservative state, and you can paint it any way you want to. Even most of our African Americans are very conservative, but they do vote Democratic.
With that soundbite, that was actually Rich Hobson, Moore's chief of staff. Apologize for that. But thank you very much for coming on and joining us. We will be right back.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Jansing in for Ali Velshi. We're waiting for the start, scheduled right now, of the White House press briefing. It's the first chance reporters have had to question the administration about the president's attacks on Democratic Senator Kirsten Gillibrand after her calls for the president to step down over sexual misconduct allegations. Just this morning, the president tweeted, lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump. Very disloyal to Bill and crooked. Used. Gillibrand was having none of it.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
So if Trump wanted a fight, he's getting one. Senator Elizabeth Warren tweeting, are you really trying to bully, intimidate, and slut-shame Senator Gillibrand? Do you know who you're picking a fight with? Good luck with that, Donald Trump. Nevertheless, hashtag she persisted. And Democrats on the Hill are outraged.
What took place this morning when the president tweeted about our colleague, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, is grotesque. It took my breath away, and it represents the conduct of a person who is ill-equipped to be the president of the United States.
The president's tweet this morning against Senator Gillibrand was a disgraceful, sexist slur that has no place in American dialogue and diminishes and shames the office of president.
Gillibrand. I mean, that was an ugly, suggestive tweet. We all know what he was trying to say there, and it's beneath the office of the presidency for him to conduct himself that way.
Joining me now, NBC White House correspondent Kristen Welker, Alana Shore, a congressional reporter for Politico. Karen Tumulty is the Washington Post political correspondent. Good to see all of you. All right, Kristen, give us a preview. What are we expecting at this briefing? Certainly, one of the key questions is going to be, what did the president mean by that tweet?
I think that's going to be the first question put to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and we just got a 2-minute warning, so I expect that she'll be coming out any moment now. Look, President Trump stepping up his attacks, trying to change the conversation away from these allegations of sexual misconduct, which he has all denied. This is what he tweeted early today, Chris. He tweeted, despite thousands of hours wasted and many millions of dollars spent, the Democrats have been unable to show any collusion with Russia, so now they are moving on to the false accusations and fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met. Fake news. Now, of course, there are some pictures of President Trump with some of his accusers. We know that one did The Apprentice with him, so that might be another topic of conversation as well here once this briefing gets underway. But certainly, I think you are going to see a real focus on that backlash to the tweet that you started off talking about, as well as the fact that you had more than 100 Democratic lawmakers today calling for a congressional investigation into these allegations. Again, the White House has been defiant. The president has been defiant, insisting they are all false. Chris.
All right. I want to let you sit down, but I'm going to go to Alana because you have this sort of show of party unity that all these Democrats are saying there should be an investigation into the president's their allegations of sexual misconduct. But to what end?
Well, it's important to remember that in the Senate, Chris, you only see 6 Democratic senators saying that Trump should resign or face this kind of investigation. The backlash that you mentioned is happening in the House. And in fact, Gillibrand's own leader, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, slapped back and said that the tweet was nasty and unbecoming, but he declined to address these calls for Trump to resign. So I think you're going to see a lot of pushback from the left in Congress, but not necessarily from leaders yet.
And Karen, your colleague Ashley Parker points out in her piece this morning, some outside Republicans close to the president said they are increasingly uneasy about his ability to withstand a revived spotlight on his behavior toward women amid the dramatic attitude shift. A number of Trump associates are also wary of the potential political costs if the president goes on a sustained attack against his accusers. But it certainly seems that if there's that concern and it's been expressed to him, based on what he tweeted to Kirsten Gillibrand, he doesn't seem worried about it.
Yeah, although picking Senator Gillibrand as a target is sort of interesting because until now, the president has also argued that not only are the accusers lying, but he says this is all partisan politics. The fact is, Senator Gillibrand has spoken out on this issue regardless of party. She dealt with a lot of it regarding the military. She, a few weeks ago, caused quite a stir by saying that President Clinton should have resigned when he faced these kinds of charges. She led the sort of turnaround that forced Al Franken to resign. So she is someone who has gone into the arena on these issues kind of with no regard to partisanship. So, again, I think that is one of the reasons that the backlash on this tweet has been so strong.
And now, perfect timing. Here is the press secretary. Let's listen.
United States Citizenship and Immigration Services. He's here to provide a briefing on the attempted suicide bombing in New York and how it was enabled by flaws in our immigration system. After he speaks and takes some of your questions, I'll be back up to answer questions on other news. And as always, if you can stay focused on the topic at hand, that'd be great. Thanks so much, Director.
Hello. I'm here to talk to you about yesterday's incident and kind of give you some of the context and perspective in the immigration system, how it works or how it didn't work in this case, and what are the sorts of things that our administration is proposing to change it to make it better. So, as you all know, yesterday the suspect, Akayed Ullah, was arrested in an attempted bombing in New York City. And there's an immigration aspect to this. The immigration aspect is that he immigrated to this country. He was a green card holder, lawful permanent resident. He came to this country based on a family connection to a U.S. citizen. He was a national of Bangladesh. The U.S. citizen in question was his uncle, And that U.S. citizen many years ago came to this country originally as a visa lottery winner. So this is the general background. I now want to try to explain what all that means, where those terms come from, what the significance of all that is. First, I would explain that for those who aren't aware, our immigration system has two principal components. There's a family-based component through which the suspect in yesterday's attack, alleged bombing incident, came through, and there's an employment-based component. In any given year, we have about 1 million immigrants. 1 million people come here, get green cards, immigrant visas. In fiscal year 15, for example, of that 1 million, about 72% of our immigrants came based on a family connection. And only 6%, or about 1 out of 15, came based on an employment or job connection, job offer. So you can see the immigration system is heavily weighted towards family migration. There are other categories of people that immigrate as well, besides just family and employment-based, including refugees, asylees, and of course the visa lottery people that I just referenced, but those are very small compared to those two larger categories. I want to talk now about these in particular, the family-based, the employment-based, and then the visa lottery. In the family-based migration category, there are multiple categories of people. The principal category of family-based immigrant are called immediate relatives. These are people who are the spouses or children, nuclear family members of U.S. citizens. In a given year, you have about 500,000 people in that category. In fact, I have better numbers than that. In fiscal year 16, in that category, these are people who are the nuclear family members of U.S. citizens. There were about 566,000 people that immigrated. An additional category in the family-based universe are what are called preference categories. These are more extended family connections. These include, unmarried, the first category, unmarried sons and daughters of U.S. citizens. Second category, spouses of green card holders. Unmarried sons and daughters of green card holders. Third category, married sons and daughters of U.S. citizens. Fourth category is brothers and sisters of U.S. citizens and their children. That's the category that yesterday's suspect came in under. So the suspect in yesterday's bombing came in under the most extreme, remote possible family-based connection that you can have under current U.S. immigration law, that being the child of the sibling of a U.S. citizen. Under the employment-based categories, that's a much smaller number. Only 140,000 slots are allocated in a year to that category, but you're really only getting about half that number of actual workers because the spouses and children count towards that cap. There you have a number of categories, including categories for extraordinary ability workers. You have people with advanced degrees. You have people who are skilled professionals, and immigrant investors. Multiple categories, but a much smaller number than the family-based categories. And again, I remind you, only 1 out of 15 of our immigrants come in under those skilled categories. Let me turn now to the diversity visa, which is the other visa program that is relevant to yesterday's events. The diversity visa, or visa lottery as it's called colloquially, is a program that was established back in 1990. There were some precursor programs before that, but basically the program as we know it was established in 1990. That lets in about 50,000 people a year based on an immigration lottery. The qualifications for registering for the lottery are that you have to be from a country that had low immigration in the previous 5 years, and the person who's applying for the lottery has to either have a high school degree, or, if they have no education, at least 2 years of experience in a job that requires 2 years of training. So the criteria are very low. The problems with the visa lottery are various. First, because the criteria are so low, either you have no education at all and very little skills, or you have a minimum of education and no skills at all. And because it's a lottery, pretty much anybody on the planet who is from a qualifying country can take advantage of this. The State Department in 2003, the State Department's Inspector General Office observed that this low eligibility criteria could lead to exploitation by terrorists. They warned about this in 2003. The GAO in 2007 echoed that warning. Again, warning that terrorists could take advantage of the diversity visa program. Also, the program is racked with fraud. In 2003, the State Department IG, 15 years ago, noted that the program was rife with pervasive fraud. The fraud, the low eligibility standards, all this contribute to its potential exploitation by terrorists and other malified actors. Bangladesh is an interesting case. That's the country where yesterday's suspect came from. That country was a high user of the visa lottery program. In fact, in 2007, which was the peak year for that country's use of the visa lottery, 27% of the immigrants from that country came through that program, through the visa lottery program. Uzbekistan, which was the country of origin of the alleged, the truck driver from October 31st in New York City, in 2010, 70% of immigrants from Uzbekistan came through the visa lottery program. So that program is used as a prime avenue for immigration for many countries. Finally, let me touch on the subject of chain migration. When I use that word, what I'm talking about is a person who comes to this country and who in turn employs one of these many avenues that I just described, principally family-based, to sponsor relatives who are in the home country to come and join him or her. Because the categories that we have that I just described in family-based migration are so extensive, it's not just nuclear family. You also have, as I say, adult unmarried children, brothers and sisters, nieces and nephews. You can sponsor a person like yesterday's alleged terrorist at the extremity of that chain, and then that person in turn can sponsor people and so on indefinitely. Hundreds of thousands of people come into this country every year based on these extended family migration categories. And it is my view, it is our administration's view, that that is not the way that we should be running our immigration system. A system like that, that includes something like the diversity visa program, these extended family categories are not the way anybody would have designed this immigration system if we could start from scratch today. What we need is an immigration system that is selective. We want to be able to select the types of people that are coming here based on criteria that ensure their success, criteria that ensure their ability to assimilate successfully in our country. And random lotteries, extended family connections, that's not the way to run our immigration system. So we appeal to the Congress as they consider these matters as we speak, and in the coming weeks, to seriously take into account these concerns that we have with the way the immigration system is structured and its vulnerabilities, as I just described, and correct that. At that point, my formal comments are concluded. I'll answer any questions you have.
Quick question.
Yeah, in the middle. Yusuf.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Cisno. I want to ask you a question about what you're suggesting. Is it your belief that the only changes that can be done to the immigration system are ones that need to emanate from Congress? Are there any things that the president can do on his own by executive action, by executive order, to change the process for either chain migration or the visa lottery?
Well, I mean, that's something we're looking at right now in USCIS, my agency, which is the agency that administers all these visa programs. And there are some things that we could do. There are some things that the president has directed us to do by executive order, in particular with the temporary visa categories. We're talking about green cards here. But if you look at temporary visa categories, yes, there's a lot of things that we could do and that we're going to do, for example, to increase protections of American workers. In the green card domain, it's a little harder. Congress has kind of occupied that field a little more densely than it has in the temporary visa area. But there could be some things that we could do to clarify how these categories are administered. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Sir, there's so much talk about the DACA legislation right now. Do you think any DACA bill would have to be tied to bring in a merit-based system?
Well, I mean, about 2 months ago, the president announced his immigration priorities. You can find it on the White House website. It's a long list of about several dozen priorities that we, career officials at DHS and at the other relevant immigration agencies, at the time I was a career official, came up with as the things that we need to be able to do our jobs. And in that list, there are these fixes that I'm just talking about, including getting rid of the diversity visa program because it just degrades the integrity of our immigration visa programs generally. Ending chain migration. These are all things that we have suggested in the priorities that the president advanced. So we hope we we hope and expect that Congress will take those priorities seriously and will do as much as they can to accomplish the goals that we set forth.
Though that if the president signs a DACA bill, it would have to have a merit-based system. Married to that somewhere?
I can't speak for the president's priorities and what he does or doesn't want in a bill, but I know that what I want is something that I can implement and that I can implement well to get at the priorities that we set forth as something that we need to do our job. Yes, sir.
Would you be in favor of extending the blanket travel bans as far as the countries that are concerned, such as Bangladesh, which isn't on the list currently?
My position on that is that my agency needs as much information as it can get from these other countries to be able to vet and screen people adequately to ensure that malified actors don't come into the country. To the degree that can be done under the executive order, the protocols established by the executive order, I'm all for it. But I'm not in a position to prescribe whether the blanket ban, as you put it, should be extended or not extended. I want the information that these countries can give us to screen people. Sir.
How do you deal with people who have been here for years and then become radicalized once they're here? How would any of that deal with what actually happened in New York? He had been here for many years.
So on that, there's 2 points. I think the criticisms that we have of the diversity visa program and chain migration, in particular the diversity visa program, the vulnerability to exploitation by terrorists because of the low eligibility criteria and because of the prevalence of fraud, that's not changing. That's a sad fact of that program. For that reason, regardless of when the person became radicalized, I just want that door shut because it's a vulnerability. It's been recognized for 15 years. Now, with respect to that person in particular and what do we do of people who radicalize afterwards, my agency in particular, is focused very much so on ensuring that immigration doesn't stop when the person gets the green card. It's an ongoing process. I view it that way. I think that we haven't. Well, because what you want is an immigrant to become a citizen. Citizenship is in the name of my agency. We ultimately want people to naturalize because naturalization is one of the best. It's one of the best signs that a person has fully assimilated, and it's also, once you naturalize, it's one of the best guarantors of that person's continued success in our society. We want people to naturalize, and my agency is seeking to do everything it can to ensure that people are enabled to do that and succeed in that quest.
Going to put a timetable on it?
Just to follow up quickly, is it your understanding that the suspect was radicalized before he came here, or do you think that it happened here, and if it did happen before he arrived, then was something inherently missed?
No, I have no idea. I don't know.
Can you give us any sense of where he picked up this?
I truly have no idea if he was radicalized at all. I don't know. I don't know that part of the investigation.
Well, you just said that because of the criteria and how low it is, that chain migrant immigrants or diversity lottery immigrants are more susceptible to being self-radicalized. Do you have data on that?
No, what I think my point is that if you have immigrant visa programs where the eligibility criteria are low to non-existent or even an outright lottery, you're not selecting for the types of people according to that we want in this country, according to criteria that will ensure their success in our nation, that will ensure that they will assimilate well.
Well, I get that as a matter of priority, you want to select the immigrants, not just have them come in. I get that part. But
Right.
You seem to be saying that these kinds of immigrants are more likely to become terrorists.
No, what I'm saying is that if you have a system that doesn't select at all or is barely selecting anybody, we don't know what we're going to get. It's better if we take an active affirmative role in our immigration process and establish criteria that correspond to things that we want to see in our immigration pool. Sir, in the back.
Yes, I'm sort of following from that. Data shows that immigrants actually commit fewer crimes than native-born Americans. Other than these isolated incidents, is there any data behind this plan?
Well, I don't know that I agree with your first point. I don't know where that data came from, but I can't comment any further.
Incarceration rates would be one example.
That's a bigger debate that I don't know that we have time for here, but based on my questioning the validity of the premise of your question, I don't know that I want to engage in that dialogue at this time.
Does this administration believe that immigrants are more dangerous than U.S. citizens?
I don't know that anybody has said that. Yes.
Just
Two sort of points of clarification. I have you saying with the diversity visa program that there is a certain vulnerability because of the low eligibility criteria. By that, I think you mean because there's no higher education standard required. I mean, what is it that makes these people more vulnerable to radicalization and becoming terrorists?
Well, there's two parts of that. My criticism of the diversity visa program is that the eligibility criteria are minimal or next to nothing, and that there's a random element to it.
Vulnerability.
Right. The program is vulnerable to exploitation by terrorists because it's a combination of the low eligibility criteria and the ability to defraud the system. Fraud is pervasive, as I said, in the program. So if you are a malified actor and you want to use that program to come to this country, it's easy to fake a high school graduation certificate.
The document said that this suspect was radicalized approximately in 2014. He entered the United States in 2011. So that is why so many of us are asking these questions, because it sounds like you are implying that U.S. intelligence or Homeland Security missed something and this guy was radicalized.
Well, I'm not implying that at all. No. I'm just talking about the immigration programs. I'm not talking about this one guy. I don't have sufficient...
Isn't actually effective at screening out terrorists. You're saying when they get here, because these people are more vulnerable, if they come in on this program, they're then subject to exploitation more easily?
No. What I'm saying is that...
We're just not getting the nexus to terrorism.
The nexus to terrorism is that if you have a visa program that is easily exploited by malified actors, including terrorists, because...
He did that.
I don't know that he didn't come in on the visa lottery program. He came as an extended family-based immigrant.
Right.
But I'm saying with respect to the diversity visa program, which is also at play here, that program is, as the State Department IG found 15 years ago, and as the GAO confirmed in 2007, exploitable by terrorists or malified actors because the criteria are so low and easily faked. And it's a lottery. So there's on multiple levels. It's an open door. It's problematic. It needs to shut. That's what I'm saying about that. With respect to the individual in yesterday's attempt, I would say I don't know. I don't have a command of the facts relating to the investigation as to whether or if he was ever radicalized. What I'm saying is if you have any sort of visa program which is minimally selective, which is based solely on chance or lottery or low eligibility criteria, then we as a government aren't doing our job in picking the people that come to this country in a competent and careful and intelligent way. And if we're not doing that, bad guys can come in.
Are lottery winners
take one
vetted?
last question, guys.
Are lottery winners vetted?
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's screening, not...
Oh, yeah. They're screened like any other immigrant. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's an intelligence failure, then.
I don't know that there was any failure. Yes. Last question. Yeah.
We know from your confirmation hearings testimony that both your mother and your mother-in-law are immigrants. How did their experiences shape your thinking on this position, and do you have any reason to believe that they would still have been able to come in and lead productive lives as Americans under the tightening that you're looking at now?
The fact that my own mother and my mother-in-law are both immigrants has indeed influenced everything. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm interested in this field, why I'm interested in it, why I very passionately carry out my duties every day. I think, though, that, a policymaker or a citizen who's examining all these questions should not be handicapped or shackled by previous immigration programs from which we all benefit. Everybody in this room has benefited from the immigration laws of the past. That doesn't mean that every generation doesn't have its own prerogative, its own duty and responsibility to look at the situation that we have now and determine for ourselves, whether the immigration laws should be changed. It's perfectly rational. So moving forward, maybe we'll change things.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Continuing with national security theme, as many of you saw this afternoon, the President signed the National Defense Authorization Act. This legislation, which was approved with bipartisan support, represents an important milestone in the President's plan to rebuild our military and bolster our national security. For the first time in 7 years, we are increasing rather than shrinking the size of our forces. This NDAA also provides our military service members with the largest pay increase they've seen in 8 years. To put into historical context, it authorizes one of the largest defense spending increases since the days of Ronald Reagan. Previous administrations sadly oversaw deep cuts to our armed forces with serious implications for our military readiness and capabilities. This hindered the fight against ISIS and other enemies of freedom and made our people less safe. In signing this bill today, the President once again made it clear that we are serious about enhancing military readiness, expanding and modernizing our forces, and providing our incredible men and women downrange with the tools they need to do what they do best, fight and win. President Trump also called on obstructionist Democrats in Congress to stop threatening to shut down the government. As the President said, at this time of grave global threats, Congress should send a clean funding bill to his desk that fully funds our great military. We certainly hope that will happen, and we look forward to that taking place. And with that, I will take your questions. Cecilia.
Thank you, Sarah. The President said today that Senator Gillibrand would do anything for campaign contributions. Many people see this as a sexual innuendo. What is the President suggesting?
I think that the President is very obvious. This is the same sentiment that the President has expressed many times before when he has exposed the corruption of the entire political system. In fact, he's used similar terminology many times when talking about politicians of both parties, both men and women, and certainly in his campaign to drain the swamp. The system is clearly broken. It's clearly rigged for special interest, and this President is someone that can't be bought, and it's one of the reasons that he's President today.
So you're saying that this quote, Senator Gillibrand would do anything, is a reference to campaign contributions in Washington, the swamp. This has nothing to do with her being a female. What is he alleging would happen behind closed doors with her?
He's not alleging anything. He's talking about the way that our system functions as it is, that politicians repeatedly beg for money. That's not something new, and that comment, frankly, isn't something new. If you look back at past comments that this President has made, he's used that same terminology many times in reference to men. There's no way that this is sexist at all. This is simply talking about a system that we have that is broken, in which special interests control our government, and I don't think that there's probably many people that are more controlled by political contributions than the senator that the President referenced. Steve?
Does the President want Roy Moore to be seated in the Senate if he wins tonight, and does he plan to call him tonight?
In terms of calls, I'm not aware that anything is scheduled, win or lose. In terms of being seated, I can't speak on a hypothetical, certainly not one that could potentially influence an election one way or the other due to the Hatch Act. John?
Sarah, does the President agree with his outside legal counsel that a special prosecutor should be appointed to look into the goings-on at the Department of Justice during the election campaign in 2016, since the revelation about Bruce Orr, the former Associate Deputy Attorney General?
I think it's something that certainly causes a lot of concern, not just for the President and the administration, but I think probably for all Americans, and something that if we're going to continue to investigate things, let's look at something where there's some real evidence and some real proof of wrongdoing, and this looks pretty bad, and I think it's something we should certainly look at. Dave?
So would he support the appointment of a special prosecutor to look into this?
I haven't asked him that directly, but I know that he has great concern about some of the conduct that's taken place, and something that we certainly would like to see looked at. Dave?
Thanks, Sarah. Congressional leaders are saying that they have no plans to reimpose sanctions on Iran by the deadline tomorrow that the President initiated back in October when he decertified Iran's compliance with the nuclear deal. Is the White House okay with this no action? And if so, where are the teeth in the President's move to decertify them from compliance?
Look, the administration continues to make encouraging progress with Congress to fix the U.S.-Iran deal and address long-term proliferation issues. There was actually no deadline to act by this week, as the administration did not ask that Congress introduce legislation to reimpose JCPOA-related sanctions. Jordan?
Thanks, Sarah. Senator Grassley said that he's advised the White House to reconsider the nomination of Jeff Mateer to the federal court in Texas and Brett Talley in Alabama. Has the President spoken to Senator Grassley about his concerns, and does the president plan to pull back those nominations?
I'm not sure if they've spoken directly. I'll have to check and circle back with you. Matthew?
Thanks, Sarah. Bashar al-Assad and Rodrigo Duterte both recently have used the phrase fake news to dismiss damaging reports about their regimes. And a state official in Myanmar recently said that the Muslim minority Rohingya don't exist and added it's fake news. Is the White House concerned at all about authoritarian regimes adopting this phrase, fake news, to try to delegitimize the press? And does President Trump bear any responsibility for the popularization of this phrase among some world leaders?
I think the White House is concerned about false and inaccurate information being pushed out and to mislead the American people. I think I made that clear yesterday. In terms of other leaders, I'd have to look at their comments to be more specific on what they've said. But our concern is making sure that the information that the people receive in this country is fair and accurate, and when it isn't, that it's corrected and corrected in the same fashion in which it was first presented when it was wrong, which is very rarely the case. Kristen?
The term fake news, that doesn't, when you hear autocrats using the term fake news to describe events that reflect poorly on their regimes, that doesn't cause concern here?
Look, I'm not going to speak to specifics of another country when I don't know the details. What I can talk about are the problems that we have in this country with inaccuracies that happen frequently within news stories. And so that I feel comfortable speaking about. Without that information and that detail in front of me, I don't want to weigh in too deeply. Kristen?
Thank you. The president tweeted today that the accusations against him are false, fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met, fake news. And yet the reality is he's pictured with a number of the women who have accused him of the misconduct. So do you concede that that part of his statement is not true?
The president was referencing the three individuals that were part of a press conference yesterday, and simply stating that you don't know someone means that you don't have a relationship with them.
So he was referencing all of his accusers because they're...
Correct. He was referencing the three from yesterday.
And Sarah, members of Congress have called for an investigation into these accusations. If President Trump is confident that they are not true, would he support such an investigation?
Look, the president has answered these questions. He has spoken to these accusations and denied and pushed that they are all false and fabricated accusations. Frankly, I think if Congress wants to spend time investigating things, they should probably focus on some of the things that the American people would really like them to investigate, like how to secure our borders, how to defeat ISIS, how to pass tax reform that actually impacts them. If you look at the issues and poll after poll after poll taken by a number of the outlets in this room and pushed out regularly, the issues that are top mind, number one, every single time: the economy, jobs, national security, immigration, health care. Yet we never talk about those issues. In fact, 90% of the coverage that is happened, hold on, I'll let you finish. I'm going to finish this statement. 90% of the coverage that comes out of the media is negative and rarely covers those topics. And those are the things that the American people want to talk about. If Congress wants to investigate something, I think that they should look at some of the priorities of the people that they actually represent.
Discussed in businesses all across the country. There have been a number of people who've been fired over this. So why not allow this congressional investigation to go forward, and the president, if he's confident in the accusations being false?
The president has addressed these concerns. He's addressed them directly. You guys spent months talking about them on the campaign trail, and the American people voted for this president. They have confidence in this president, and they wanted him to lead our country, and they wanted him to focus on things like the economy, focus on health care, focus on fixing our broken tax system, focus on fixing our borders, and focus on national security. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're focused on. These questions have been asked and answered, and we're ready to move forward and focus on the questions of the day that the American people have. April?
Gillibrand owed an apology for the misunderstanding of the president's tweet this morning, because many, including the senator, thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so no. Hunter?
No, it's not. What he said was open and it was not mined in the
He's
gutter.
obviously talking about political partisan games that people often play and the broken system that he's talked about repeatedly. This isn't new. This isn't a new sentiment. This isn't new terminology. He's used it several times before. As I said a few minutes ago, he's used it several times before, referencing men of both parties, in fact. And so I think that if you look back at the past comments he's made, it was very clear what his reference was. Hunter?
Thank you, Sarah. So looking at this issue with the system, the president gave almost $8,000 to Senator Gillibrand over the years. His daughter also gave her $2,000. What specifically did they get for these contributions that she was offering?
Look, I think oftentimes what you do, you're getting access. A member of Congress will take your phone call, they'll take your meeting, and if you're driving something as a businessman that the president may or may not have been driving at any particular point, you can talk to that individual about it, and sometimes they carry your water. That's the reason that we have a broken system. That's a reason that often special interests control our government more than the people do, and that's one of the reasons that this president ran to be president. And it's one of the top reasons I think that he won and that he's sitting in the Oval Office today and Hillary Clinton's not, because he couldn't be bought, and everybody knew that she could because they'd seen it time and time again.
So is he admitting that he bought access in a corrupt way?
Look, I think he is admitting that he's participating in a rigged system. He said that on the campaign trail. He knows how the system works. I think it would be disingenuous for anybody not to understand that, but at least this president is being honest about the process and his willingness to actually fix it and drain the swamp. Mara?
So Kirsten Gillibrand called for him to resign, and he says over and over again that he's a counterpuncher. So the next day after she does that, he wakes up and you're saying that he's tweeting about the campaign finance system. Is that
I'm talking about the fact that she's controlled by special interest. I'm talking about the fact she's a wholly owned subsidiary of people that donate to her campaign. She's a puppet for Chuck Schumer. I'm talking about a number of issues that she has, none of which make her an independent individual, but more somebody that is controlled by people that help donate money to her cause. That's simply all I'm stating.
What finance reform does the president want?
Look, the president's been talking about the need for us to put a stronger ban on lobbyists participating in the government process. We've taken a stronger ethics pledge under this administration than previous administrations. I think those are some of the first steps and something that we're going to continue working on over the next 7 years. John?
Thanks a lot, Sarah. You're familiar with the president's tweets. He tweets pretty often. In this particular,
I've noticed that too.
Yeah, a little bit. In this particular case, his criticism of Senator Gillibrand was very personal. Why must you criticize in such personal terms? He called a sitting elected U.S. senator a lightweight. Why go after her in such a personal manner?
I don't think that's all that personal. I mean, if you want to talk about personal, look at the comments that she's made about this president over the last several months. Look, the president is always going to be somebody who responds. We've said that many times before, and he's simply talking about a system that doesn't work for the citizens of this country, and he wants to fix it. Trey?
Thanks, Sarah. Two quick questions for you. One following up on John's question from earlier about a second special counsel. Does the president have confidence in the FBI as it exists today?
Look, the president has confidence in Director Wray and his ability to clean up some of the mess left behind by his predecessor. I know I've addressed that before, and he certainly has confidence in the rank-and-file members of the FBI.
A follow-up on foreign policy. Today, Bloomberg has an article out about the Trump administration encouraging Saudi Arabia to consider bids from U.S. companies as it relates to building nuclear reactors. Does the president see this as an opportunity to bring up human rights in Yemen during these talks with Saudi Arabia? I'm
not aware of those specific conversations in this process, so I would have to ask and certainly get back to you. Take one last question, Margaret.
Thank you. H.R. McMaster gave some really interesting remarks at a luncheon earlier today, and he spoke in really strong terms about China and Russia. He said they were undermining the international order and stability and ignoring the sovereign rights of their neighbors and the rule of law. He went on to talk about Russia in particular. He didn't use the words election meddling, but he talked about subversion, disinformation, propaganda, and basically pitting people against each other to try to create crises of confidence. So what I wanted to know is, does the president agree with all of General McMaster's statements, and is that a foreshadowing of a national security strategy that will take a harder tack on Russia and China than the administration has so far?
Look, I think we've been very hard on Russia from the beginning. There have been sanctions. We've increased energy exportation from this country, and we've done things to put pressure on Russia, asking them to engage in a bigger and greater way on some of the common enemies that we face. In terms of like a rundown, I haven't had a chance to sit down with the president and go detail by detail, but General McMaster certainly is someone who understands and knows the president's feelings and our relationships with foreign partners, and something that we certainly feel confident in him speaking about. Thanks so much, guys.
Could we please get the president out here for plenum podium? Could we please see the president out here, Sarah?
Sarah Huckabee Sanders getting one last shouted question, which she ignored, about whether or not the president would answer some of these questions. But clearly, the big question of the day was about him going after the New York senator, Kirsten Gillibrand, someone who has called for the president to step down in the wake of these sexual harassment, sexual misconduct accusations dating back, in some cases, decades. Her explanation for this tweet, where he says that Kirsten Gillibrand would come to his office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago and would do anything for them. Not sexist, not, as Elizabeth Warren suggested, slut-shaming, but a phrase he used in reference to people who took campaign contributions many times. It's very obvious, she said, what the president meant. Let me go to Kristen Welker, among the questioners there. Let me get your headline from this.
Well, you heard Sarah Huckabee Sanders pushing back very forcefully when she was pressed a number of different times on what specifically the president meant when he tweeted earlier today that Senator Kirsten Gillibrand would do anything for campaign contributions. She said he was making an obvious point about the swamp, the fact that politicians ask for all sorts of donations from people, and that is part of the special interests and the problem of the involvement with special interests in our politics. But Chris, you heard her get this question over and over again, and the fact that on Capitol Hill there seemed to be a very different understanding of what the president was talking about. You have a number of lawmakers, Democrats, who criticized him very sharply, saying that his language was quote unquote sexist. She said that anyone who read any type of sexual innuendo into that has a mind in the gutter. So again, a very forceful pushback against that. I also pressed Sarah Sanders on another one of the president's tweets earlier today, Chris, which I read at the top of the hour, which is that he said that he didn't know any of those who have accused him of sexual misconduct and that he's never met them. Here's how she responded to that question. The accusations against him are false, fabricated stories of women who I don't know and or have never met, fake news. And yet the reality is he's pictured with a number of the women who have accused him of the misconduct. So do you concede that that part of his statement is not true?
The president was referencing the three individuals that were part of a press conference yesterday, and simply stating that you don't know someone means that you don't have a relationship with them. The president has answered these questions. He has spoken to these accusations and denied and pushed that they are all false and fabricated accusations. Frankly, I think if Congress wants to spend time investigating things, they should probably focus on some of the things that the American people would really like them to investigate.
So you heard Sarah Sanders there also talking about the calls on Capitol Hill for a congressional investigation into some of these accusations of sexual misconduct. I asked her if she would support and if the president would support such a probe. You heard her say Congress should be focused on other things. Bottom line, though, this is clearly something that is enraging this president. He wants to turn the page. He wants to be talking about his agenda. But we are in a national conversation right now, the Me Too movement, and it has come right here to the White House. Of course, these are accusations that were brought up during the campaign. And the White House's point, and they're very defiant in this, Chris, is to say, look, the American people have already litigated this and they voted President Trump into office. It's time to move on. But obviously, those accusers are not going away. In fact, more coming forward with each new day, Chris.
Kristen Welker, thank you for that. So, including Kirsten Gillibrand, 6 Democratic senators are calling for President Trump to resign. And members of the Democratic Women's Women's Working Group are calling for a congressional investigation into the sexual misconduct allegations against the president. Members now tell us the caucus has the support of 113 lawmakers. I want to bring in one of those lawmakers calling for an investigation, Democratic Congresswoman from Wisconsin, Gwen Moore. Always good to see you, and I want to get your reaction to everything that you've been hearing, because, you know, what the president wrote brought a very swift, from many, a very pointed reaction. Kirsten Gillibrand said she thought it was sexist. Elizabeth Warren said she thought that it was slut-shaming. But to the point, to be fair, of the press secretary, I did a quick Google on the president's comments on what he has said in the past about campaign contributions, and he said, and this is in July 2015 to the Wall Street Journal, as a businessman and very substantial donor to very important people, when you give, they do whatever the hell you want them to do. So did some of his critics jump the gun on this one?
Well, hi, Chris. How you doing?
I'm good.
Just let me say that the president's favorite targets seem to be women. I just think back to the widow, Mrs. Johnson, who lost her husband, and how he mercilessly continued to go after her and to imply that she was just a big liar. Frederica Wilson. I think about poor Mrs. Khan. And him talking about, oh, what's wrong with her, that Mr. Khan had to speak. Does she not have any voice? And so if you look at it contextually, the president seems to really enjoy battering women, and not just, Mrs. Clinton, but other women as well.
Well, he certainly didn't respond to the people who are calling for him to step down, except for Kirsten Gillibrand, that's for sure. Now you have this bigger group, and you've already gotten 113 people who have signed on to this to say, look, there should at least be a congressional investigation. Not calling for him to step down, but an investigation into these allegations from this fairly large group of women. But given that you are all Democrats and given the makeup on the Hill, what do you hope to accomplish, Congresswoman?
Well, I think it's extremely important to bring focus and attention to this. We see members on a daily basis being held accountable for their behavior, and yet, you know, we aren't prepared to say that the emperor has no clothes. I mean, this is the leader of the free world. This is the only man that most people in the world get an opportunity to see, and indeed in this country. And if we can't hold him to account, it doesn't seem reasonable that we're holding other people to account. And, you know, I heard Sarah Huckabee Sanders' statements about the real issues. Well, let me tell you, when mama ain't doing all right, ain't nobody doing all right. I mean, you know, the degradation of women is a national security issue. It's an economic issue. It's an issue that pervades every segment of our existence. And so the fact that it certainly is a workplace issue. And if and the president has said that you can just grab them by their genitals, you can treat them anyway, and to the extent that he holds those views, I think it's important for us to get at the bottom of these things.
Well, one thing is clear, Congresswoman, this conversation is not going away, and we appreciate your time. Sorry we didn't have more time because of the press briefing. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
And now to a place where sexual misconduct charges have dominated a Senate race. It is Election Day in Alabama, and the stakes couldn't be higher.
In Alabama, we have come so far with too many things. And there's this saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Alabama's not going to let that shame happen again.
These allegations are completely false. I did not date underage women. I did not molest anyone.
Judge Moore is a good man. Judge Moore is a righteous man. And Judge Moore, they've tried to destroy Judge Moore. All that establishment up there every day that doesn't have Trump's back. You know they don't have his back at all. What they want him for is that corporate tax cut. That's all they want him for. As soon as they get that tax cut, you watch what happens. There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better.
His name is Jones, and he's their total puppet, and everybody knows it. He will never, ever vote for us. So get out and vote for Roy Moore. Do it. Do it.
And as candidates do, Democrat Doug Jones and Republican Roy Moore both made quite a show of casting their ballots. Moore arriving on horseback. His horse is named Sassy. Both candidates spoke to the press after voting, each claiming they have momentum in a race that could be the closest Alabama has seen in a generation. The last-minute push on both sides, including robocalls, President Obama and Vice President Biden have made them for Jones. More from President Trump, who also tweeted for him this morning. But mixed messages from Republicans on what they'll do if Moore wins. And the man whose seat is being filled, Jeff Sessions, well, no endorsement today from him when asked who he voted for.
I voted absentee, yes, and I value the sanctity of the ballot, and I would say the people of Alabama are good and decent and wonderful people. I've been proud to serve for 20 years in the Senate, and they'll make the right decision, I'm sure.
For more, I want to bring in NBC's Vaughn Hilliard, who's been covering every step of this race from Montgomery, Alabama, today. All right, so what are you hearing from both campaigns? What are you hearing about turnout? Give us a lay of the land as these final hours tick toward the closing of the polls.
Chris, we're 5 hours away from the polls closing out here, 7 p.m. local time here in Alabama. At this point, we're from both campaigns. We're hearing signs of encouragement because they're hearing about high voter turnout in the counties and the areas where they need high voter turnout. How does that ultimately play? Or does that come down to a race that is ultimately finishes neck and neck? We're hearing from the Moy campaign that is encouraged by the fact that the rural counties, which they said they believe that they had Republican voters baked in there, and that if they could just turn out Republican voters in the rural counties on their behalf, that they thought that was enough to hold on to a victory. On the other side, Doug Jones, the Democrat at this point, they're encouraged to hear through the Black Belt, through these Democratic areas, but also the likes of Jefferson County, some of these areas where they could potentially get high Republican crossover voters. They're seeing high turnout in those areas. Much of this is anecdotal. We don't have any hard data besides the request for absentee ballots at this point, and so it's very difficult to go off of much other besides talking with poll workers and what we're looking at. I do want to point out that, you know, as it comes down to this here, these are two campaigns that have stood by where they're at, and we'll see where this goes 5 hours from now.
Vaughn Hilliard, it has not been a boring month for you in Alabama. Thank you for that. I want to bring in David French, senior writer for the National Review, Michael Shearer, a national political reporter for the Washington Post. Michael, let me start with you. What are you watching for? What's going to tell you where this race is going?
Well, northern Madison County around Huntsville area has always been pivotal. It's filled with a lot of defense contractors, corporate types who tend to be Republican whites, but also are the ones that could start to swing towards Jones if that's the way the night's going to go. Obviously, we're also looking at African-American votes in the center part of the state, but it's probably going to be a long night. I don't expect that even the exit polls will give us a certain indication about how this is going to turn out.
David, you said that it would be devastating for the Republican Party if Moore wins. Make your case.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty simple and easy case to make. I mean, the man is a walking campaign commercial for the Democrats. He is constitutionally illiterate. He's a person who's a believer in fringe conspiracy theories. He's been credibly accused of child molestation. I mean, that alone is a titanic problem. And then the other thing it does is his win would give an enormous boost to this effort by Steve Bannon to transform the Republican Party. If you don't want more Roy Moores running as Republicans, the fastest way to stop that is to not vote for Roy Moore. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I agree this could be a long night, but I would be surprised if Doug Jones wins.
You would be surprised. Why?
Well, this is a state that's about as red as a red state can get. I mean, so for Roy Moore to lose, he would have to have massive, I mean, just massive erosion of Republican support, unprecedented in many ways erosion of Republican support. The fact that we're even talking about this as close is a symbol of the incompetence of his campaign, his own ethical failings, and Steve Bannon's incompetence. But still, it would require almost an intentional effort to lose for him to lose this thing. And that's why I think if, the safest betting would be to say that he has a relatively narrow victory.
Michael, it's been fascinating to watch all of the outside help that's been coming in. I'm seeing some celebrities tweeting about driving people to the polls for Doug Jones today. And obviously, we've had the Steve Bannons who have come in, and the Charles Barkleys and more. There's also an argument to be made that Senator Richard Shelby, who is extremely popular in his state, dealt a huge blow to Moore when he said he wrote in another Republican. And the New York Times said this about write-ins. There are two ready options. Lee Busby, a Republican and a retired Marine colonel from Tuscaloosa, has announced a write-in bid. And a number of votes will almost certainly go to someone widely considered the most important man in the state, the University of Alabama football coach, Nick Saban, which is personally my favorite part of this crazy story. Having said that, do you agree that this could be truly one of, if not the closest race we've ever seen in Alabama, number one? And if so, could something as seemingly minor as write-in votes make the difference?
Well, look, I agree that it would be a momentous upset if Jones is able to pull this out. This is a state that Trump won with 63% of the vote in 2016. And so you need 13%, you know, almost a sixth of Trump's vote to walk away from the Republican here. And the way it would happen is suburban women turning against Roy Moore, people who are sort of establishment business Republicans in the state who very much are the people that Shelby represents. He's done an enormous amount to bring economic development to that state. They're broadly concerned. And I've talked to people who've said they've written in Jeff Sessions. They're just throwing their vote away to other people, and a big black turnout. So
and
it would
Michael,
be
I'm afraid we have to leave it at that because we are out of time. But Michael Shearer, thanks to you. David French with the National Review. It's going to be a very interesting night. Appreciate you both. But that's going to do it for me this hour. I'll see you back here again tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Deadline White House with Nicole Wallace starts right now.
Hi, everyone. It's 4 o'clock in New York. What one Democratic senator calls slut-shaming tops the accused child molester on the ballot today in Alabama for our lead story. The slut-shamer in question, none other than Donald J. Trump, with a tweet he fired off this morning, quote, lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, and would do anything for them, is now in the ring fighting against Trump. Very disloyal to Bill and crooked. Used. An inexplicable word of placement of use. Sorry, that threw me. Senator Gillibrand responded.
It was a sexist smear attempting to silence my voice. And I will not be silenced on this issue. Neither will the women who stood up to the president yesterday, and neither will the millions of women who have been marching since the Women's March to stand up against policies they do not agree with.
And here's Senator Elizabeth Warren's tweet calling out the president for slut-shaming a sitting U.S. senator. Quote, are you really trying to bully, intimidate, and slut-shame Senator Gillibrand? Do you know who you're picking a fight with? Good luck with that, real Donald Trump. Here's how White House Press Secretary Sarah Huckabee Sanders tried to defend the tweet at today's briefing.
Many, including the senator, thinks that it's about sexual innuendos.
I think only if your mind is in the gutter would you have read it that way. And so no, Hunter.
No, it's not. When he went to say, what he said was open, and it was not mined.
He's obviously talking about political partisan games that people often play and the broken system that he's talked about repeatedly. This isn't new. This isn't a new sentiment. This isn't new terminology. He's used it several times before. As I said a few minutes ago, he's used it several times before, referencing men of both parties, in fact. And so I think that if you look back at the past comments he's made, it was very clear what his reference was.
Your boss talks about grabbing women in that, but we're the ones with our minds in the gutter. I get it. Let's get to our reporters and guests. From the Washington Post, White House reporter Ashley Parker. With us from Birmingham, former federal prosecutor Joyce Vance, now a law professor at the University of Alabama. At the table with us, New York City Council Speaker Melissa Mark Viverito, MSNBC contributors Steve Schmidt and Charlie Sykes. You guys are like Bono. You've dropped all the other, like no other information needed. You're just your names. And Jason Johnson, politics editor for The Root and an MSNBC analyst. panelists. Ashley Parker, let me start with you. Sarah Huckabee Sanders has a really difficult job, full stop. Today's performance was ridiculous.
She does have a very difficult job, and I have to say she does a good job every day of keeping a very straight face and sort of going out and expressing disbelief that anyone would have ever possibly interpreted what the president said or tweeted in what seems to be exactly the way he intended it to be interpreted. But yes, I think today sort of defied a little bit of credulity in terms of saying, and he very well, she can claim that he did not mean it to be demeaning, but there's clearly a sexual innuendo, and there's certainly a reasonable way to interpret that tweet, even if she wants to say that's not what he meant.
Let's put it back up, because it's worthy of some sentence diagramming, some discussion of why he refers to himself in the third person, and that placement of used in all caps. But here's what he wrote. Lightweight Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, a total flunky for Chuck Schumer, and someone who would come to my office begging, in quotes, suggesting that there's something special about begging for campaign contributions not so long ago, and would do anything for them. I'm sorry. Steve Schmidt, there is no other way to interpret what he inferred.
It is what it is. I do want to dissent for just a moment. She doesn't have a difficult job. She has an easy job. Tell the truth to the American people. She's an assistant to the President of the United States. She swore an oath to the Constitution of the United States, which she disgraces every day as she serially lies hour after hour after hour every day. This is what it is clearly a sexual innuendo from the President of the United States targeting the junior senator from the state of New York. Another moment of disgrace for this president on a long list. And it bears mentioning, just for a moment, how abnormal this is. The assault, the constant assault on the dignity and the majesty of the office of the President of the United States. And this is exactly the reason the President of the United States is not welcome in the United Kingdom. Because his presence standing next to Her Majesty the Queen is such an affront to her dignity that it has united the fractious parties of Great Britain in opposition to his setting foot on British soil because of stuff like this. Just a constant degrading of his office.
Charlie,
Shameful.
Charlie, do you agree?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm always reminded of Hanlon's razor, which says, never attribute to malice what can be adequately explained by stupidity. On the other hand, what Donald Trump is doing here, this is one of the first volleys that I think you're going to be seeing more of against the Me Too movement. You know, we've seen the willingness of Republicans to line up and try to discredit the investigation by Robert Mueller, which would have seemed inconceivable even a few months ago. If, in fact, the focus is now going to turn to Donald Trump and women are going to be speaking up and their stories are going to be taken seriously, this administration, this president is going to push back, and he's going to attack those women. He's going to attack their credibility, and it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not Republicans who've been willing to enable him on so many other issues are going to go along with this attack. So, but that tweet I see as part of this campaign that's coming.
Joyce, it seems to me that the political scandal that's engulfed this White House since day one has been about possible, I believe now, obvious coordination. In attacking Democrats over investigating Russia. That was a faraway place. The contacts were with Russians. And attacking people for investigating coordination and contact with a foreign power, albeit an American adversary, was something that maybe happened over here. The Me Too movement has engulfed just about every industry in American life. It's engulfed this company. And the corporate culture right now is to purge every company of its harassers and then to investigate and to bring in outside investigators and investigate the enablers, to ask the question, who knew? What did you know about said harasser? How do any of these women or men leave the Trump White House and find jobs in corporate America?
The president seems to have had a little bit of a jump the shark moment this morning. I think he may have just gone so far that no one can really take this with seriousness, and that certainly rubs off on the credibility of everyone working in this White House. You know, I know you worked under George W. Bush. I worked under President Obama. I always felt that my integrity at the end of the day was the only thing that I could take away with me from the administration, and we all valued that and really made sure that we tried to serve the American people every day. Increasingly, this administration just leaves people shaking their heads. There's no doubt about what that tweet this morning went. No reasonable person could read it in any other way. With all due respect to Sarah Sanders' belief that my mind is in the gutter, I think that's clearly where the president's was this morning.
I mean, not just his mind. I mean, there are 16 credible allegations. His hands and other parts of his body have spent time in the gutter. I mean, this is a man with I think, 15 women who've accused him of sexual misconduct. And his spokesperson goes to the podium, which is supposed to be a place from which the truth is told, and tells us that we have our mind in the gutter.
I mean, he's definitely demonstrating each and every day with more certainty why he is unfit for the presidency. But obviously our democracy, right, and our institutions that defend this democracy are under attack when he is trying to, cloud the credibility of media, anybody that questions his credibility. But first of all, let me say I'm very proud, my Senator Gillibrand, in terms of how she has stood up against him and against his misogyny. And he's trying to drag the presidency into that misogyny and into the gutter that she's accusing us of trying to be dragged into. So anyone that is there to defend him, as Huckabee is trying to do, is colluding with him and colluding to really try to destabilize this democracy, because that is what we're seeing each and every day in the attacks that are being thrown to the media in terms of the credibility. Anyone that tries to question his legitimacy and his collusion with Russia and anything else, every day it's a new attack. But she has stood strong. I think it's incredible to see also that there are male senators that have asked for him to resign, and yet they have not been attacked. He chooses to attack Senator Gillibrand as one of the few women that has spoken up.
Jason, I think we have it. I think there are close to 60 Democrats who have called for the president's resignation, and maybe more than 100 who have called for an investigation into claims of sexual misconduct on the part of the president. I think people have thought for a long time that this Russia investigation was closing in, and that's the sort of the topic that is the president's trigger. Based on these tweets this morning, I think there was another one too. The president sort of venting and steaming that, here it is. Trump's first tweet was, despite thousands of hours wasted and many millions of dollars spent, the Democrats have been unable to show any collusion with Russia. So now they're moving on to the false accusations and fabricated stories of women who I don't know and haven't met. Fake news. You know, Kristen Welker had a superb and pointed line of questioning that for some of these women who have accused Donald Trump of misconduct, there are photos of Donald Trump with the women.
Yeah. Look, he's lying, right? And none of this ever surprises me that he's lying. I think it's fine that the Democrats are asking for an investigation, but we have to go back to the fact that he's the elected president of the United States. He won the Electoral College. We knew this stuff last year. We knew as much, if not more, about him last year than people know about Roy Moore now. And he still got elected president of the United States. So the issue is not so much just calling for him to step down on things that people were aware of and still put him in office. The issue is to not let the poison that emanates from his Twitter fingers affect other institutions of government. Look, if he was not the president, every time I see something like this happen, I always think, all right, let's just put this in, Dunder Mifflin, right? Let's put it in the regular office. If someone's like, every time this person comes to me for a stapler, she's willing to do anything to get it, we all would know what that means. The fact that he tries to sexualize regular office behavior. Look, people come to you and beg you for money. She was a New York senator, and you try and turn that into something sexual. We just need to make sure we can contain it to his wretched mind and Twitter fingers and not let that affect the rest of the institutions. That's what I hope.
Ashley Parker, I think some of the folks that plan to leave this White House, having served 365 days and 365 days only, have made their announcements public. Others that I'm sure you and I both know of haven't yet. I wonder if sort of defending Donald Trump and sort of having to toe the line, which changes. I mean, he never had any contact with Russians, which changed. We now know of 11 contacts with Russians. I mean, I wonder if the same sort of thing that wore them down and watching the self-destructive behavior from the president's Twitter feed on the Russia probe, are we at the beginning of that chapter when it comes to sexual harassment?
I think we don't quite know yet. You are right that there are a number of people who have announced they're leaving, and there are a number more who we're hearing are leaving, and it's not public yet. But if we've seen one thing, it's that people in this administration have found, or at least some people have found, any number of ways to sort of justify and stomach staying on. I would point you to Charlottesville, for instance, but sort of justify they didn't like these comments. They came out and publicly said they didn't like these comments, and yet they stayed in the administration. And one thing is there's a little bit of godlike thinking that, yes, what he's doing is bad, but if I wasn't there sort of protecting the American people from this president, it would be worse. And that is one justification we're seeing, and I don't know if it will apply to now the Me Too movement.
I want to ask we talked about this a little bit before the show, and I want to put you both on the record. Steve, you counsel a lot of companies in your day job. Do you think that people who are now calling Donald Trump's accusers liars, people who would be viewed in any corporation as enablers for a known sexual harasser, how do they go out into the workforce and try to find jobs at credible corporations?
They don't, and they're not going to. Yeah. They're not hireable, unemployable.
And this is the key point that you're making here, though. It is this double standard. We're in this amazing cultural moment where you have one standard in the world of entertainment and the world of corporate America, where careers are ended.
Restaurant industry, sports industry, television.
We have a higher moral ethical standard for comedians than we do for the president of the United States right now. So the question is whether or not this is sustainable, whether or not the fact that we are in this Me Too cultural moment where the private sector is dealing with this very seriously. But the public sector, I mean, think where we're at right now. We have the President of the United States credibly accused by more than a dozen women. Roy Moore is about to be elected perhaps to the United States Senate despite these allegations. So can we really separate out the overall culture from our political world? Because that's what Donald Trump is going to try to do, to say that we need to have a completely different standard.
Real quick.
One of the things I think is, look, we already had laws on the books about this.
Right.
I think Me Too is about people actually enforcing what was already there. It's not 25 years ago where people are like, I don't know how to deal with someone grabbed. There are rules that say you can't treat people this way. You should be fired. There should be memos and reprimands and everything else like that. It's just nice to see people actually using them now. It'd be nice if they use them in the White House, too.
All right, we're just hitting pause. No one's going anywhere. When we come back, could sexual harassment, not Russia, be the scandal that rocks the Trump presidency to its core? Also ahead, we'll show you the frenzied final hours of campaigning in Alabama and some comments from Roy Moore's wife that may explain why the couple has spent so little time on the stump. And less than an hour away from our first look at the Alabama exit polls, we'll tell you what to watch for on this special election Tuesday. Stay with us.
The next thing you know, I feel a grab on my right side. So I quickly turn to look at what this is. I initially think this is probably Ken's camera bag, but to my surprise, it's Donald, and he's standing 1.5 feet away from me, so his hand had to reach out and touch me. I look at his face, he's looking stone cold, just stoic at Ray Charles, and I stand there, I'm stunned. I'm speechless. I don't even know what to do or say in that moment.
Just to clarify, so he grabbed your rear end?
Right, on the right side.
That was one of at least 15 women accusing President Trump of sexual misconduct. Her story, alongside all of the others, appears to describe a pattern of behavior. The LA Times summing it up this way, quote, "They say he grabbed their breasts and genitals and kissed them without permission. Beauty pageant contestants say he strolled uninvited into rooms where they were naked and vulnerable. None of the women is hiding behind anonymity. They are on the record. The White House spokeswoman has said they are all lying." Our panel is still with us, along with Ashley and Joyce. I mean, Melissa, as a woman sort of living through this Me Too moment, it seems like the worst thing about it is you feel blindsided when those who are accused are people that you knew and you didn't know the side of them. The best thing about it is that women who've been victimized finally have a wind at their back to seek justice. How is it that these women, and as the LA Times, that was a piece by Robin Abkarian, who's written about this in a really smart and comprehensive way. these women have the same kind of graphic details that we read in the Harvey Weinstein accounts, that we've read in the accounts of other men in entertainment, in news, in the restaurant industry. How is it that their word ends up with no result?
And I think that that's indicative of where we are in society, right? As someone, as hard as it was for me, someone in leadership, to have to publicly say that I was a sexual abuse victim when I was younger, it takes courage to say that. You could see how this woman was having difficulty and feeling ashamed. You know, we've been made to feel ashamed, made to feel that we have to be silent, that we have to take ownership or responsibility for what happened to us, that somehow it's our fault. That's historically the way. So we are at a moment which I think is very empowering for women, and I think I'm hoping that we can move to the next phase as a society. We are treated more equal, that we are purging ourselves of this misogyny, of this patriarchy that is historically there and embedded in our institutions, and that women are finding the strength to find their voice. And I think that we have to stand with them, because I do see the shift or the dichotomy within the politics and the culture. Culturally, we seem to be moving forward. Politically, we don't seem to be. And why is that happening? So it's a very, for me as a woman, I feel empowered with the possibility of what we can achieve and how we can move forward.
Ashley, the president, when he's mad about the Russia investigation, he's found his targets. The media, the FBI, which he describes as being in tatters at best, corrupt at worst, Bob Mueller, and his own attorney general, Jeff Sessions, hasn't been spared from the president's rage when the Russia investigation has continued and intensified and gotten closer to his family and him. Who will the targets be of his rage? We saw that the first today was Senator Gillibrand. He's called the accusers. The White House has actually carried his message of calling them all liars. But who will the daily targets be as the Me Too movement continues to press forward and the president continues to deny these allegations?
I think you'll see a couple of targets. One we saw, or two actually of them we saw in his tweet this morning. One, again, is the media sort of saying it's fake news. It's the media trying to gin up false allegations against him. And then I think the second will be these women themselves, either women who are accusing him of things or women like Senator Gillibrand who are critical of him. In her case, she called on him to step down because of the sexual harassment charges he's facing. But he's proven that he's called himself a counterpuncher. He loves a one-on-one fight, and he seems especially vicious when it comes to one-on-one fights with women. We see this with Senator Gillibrand. I would point you to Megyn Kelly, that exchange, that back and forth during the campaign. But there is often sort of an extra edge when he's fighting against a female protagonist.
Joyce, is there a legal risk to counterpunching someone who has accused you of a crime? Is there legal exposure for someone who punches with an edge and seeks to further disparage? I know he's being sued, I believe, for defamation, and the LA Times posits a theory. Trump lawyer presses argument for presidential immunity in defamation case, quoting a Georgetown law professor who says, for those people who are interested in this case as a path to impeachment, the chances of perjury in a Trump case are possibly greater than in a Clinton case. Testifying in a lawsuit takes a huge amount of discipline. If there's one characteristic that seems to be absent from the Trump personality, it's verbal discipline.
Blame the victim is always a dangerous strategy, particularly for a public figure. And the president, and you know, we've seen this in the Russia investigation, where if he had simply abstained from tweeting or abstained from talking to Lester Holt, he would be in a lot less specific allegations women have made against him, because these public statements that he makes could end up being admissible in court. They could, as you point out, be springboard for perjury accusations, either after he leaves the presidency or potentially as part of impeachment proceedings. And in the cultural moment we're having right now, where women's voices are finally being treated with the respect and the dignity that they deserve, that may be what stands up on the Hill at the end of the day.
And Steve, it seems ironic that for all the attention, there's been a year of intense focus on Russia. The speed, the velocity of the Me Too movement seems to have brought this White House to its knees a little faster even than the questions about Russia.
I actually think these two stories converge in this way. We have three things going on. There's a three-pronged attack emanating out of this White House. And the first one is an attack on truth, right? The redefining of truth to what is true is what the leader says is true. no matter what is before our eyes, whether it be the crowd-sized pictures or the evidence from his own words about his piggish behavior with women. Then we see an assault, an attempt to delegitimize one of the two arbiters of truth in our democratic society, the news media. Fake news, that attack. Right. Abetted by a news network that has essentially become an organ of state media, that deliberately, premeditatedly lies every night to the American people to advance Donald Trump's political agenda. The other prong of the attack is on that other institutional arbiter of truth, the justice system. Right. So the attacks on the FBI, the attacks on the federal judiciary, this is all part of a deliberate, systematic effort that, should he decide to fire Robert Mueller, that he'll be supported by the Republicans, and that we may well see a constitutional crisis in 2018, because all of these things coming together to lay the groundwork for his firing of the special counsel, to delegitimize the testimony of these women. And so what's being tested here is the very idea and concept of truth. And in fact, is truth objective, or is it subjective? Yeah. And is it subjective through a political lens?
I don't think an authoritarian regime.
I don't think we should be naive, though, about his willingness to smear these women, to attack the women. You know, look what's going on down in Alabama. You know, you have two different responses from a lot of the more supporters, that the women are obviously bought and paid for, they are lying, or they may be telling the truth, but we don't care because some ideological issue is more important. And I would expect that you will see that template. And by the way, just parenthetically, please, no more Gloria Allred being involved in this particular
that's not a bad idea. Just from you mean from a credibility? I mean, she does help women.
If I'm Donald Trump, I want right. Gloria Allred to be my target.
Right. Okay, we're just hitting pause. Ashley Parker, thank you so much for spending some time with us. When we come back, Alabama has a choice to make.
It's time that we take a road that's going to get us on the path of progress.
It's difficult to drain the swamp when you're up to your neck in alligators.
Roy Moore rode a horse to the voting booth today, a curious but apt final act in what has been one of the strangest and darkest campaigns in recent American political history. Both sides pulling out all the stops with heavy-hitting surrogates.
If somebody told you guys, put this election in a movie script. No, I'm being serious. If somebody sent you this as a movie script, you would throw it in the trash. At some point, we got to stop looking like idiots to the nation. At some point, I mean, listen, I love Alabama, but at some point, we got to draw a line in the sand. So we're not a bunch of damn idiots.
Steve Bannon with a pointed jab at Republicans who didn't back Moore's candidacy.
To Mitch McConnell and Senator Shelby and Condi Rice and all that little Bobby Corker, all that establishment up there every day that doesn't have Trump's back. You know they don't have his back at all. What they want him for is that corporate tax cut. That's all they want him for. As soon as they get that tax cut, you watch what happens. There's a special place in hell for Republicans who should know better.
This guy is such a boob, I can't take it. Could we put his record up? Everyone he has backed, except Trump, has lost. And Kellyanne Conway was the campaign manager, not Steve Bannon. And talk about jilted lovers. Trump didn't have his back. He fired you. I mean, who is this guy?
I am so bemused at the cavalcade of nonsense that people have brought down. I love that Steve Bannon and Cheryl Clark and Louis Gohmert come down to Alabama and say, don't let these outsiders tell you how to vote. Yeah. But I'm a bunch of outsiders, and we're going to tell you how to vote right now.
Who drove that clown car?
If Roy Moore wins, it will have nothing to do with that guy's political acumen.
No.
Nothing. Joyce Vance, your husband ran against Roy Moore, correct?
He did.
And the dynamics in the state make it very, 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 I mean, just voter registration, the demographics of the state, religious affiliation, views on reproductive freedoms. I mean, it's just structurally next to impossible for a Democrat. I mean, that's what Doug Jones is up against, right?
Yeah, it is. Alabama was a solidly Democratic state until about 1990. Senator Shelby flipped parties, and the state began a crossover. Now there are no statewide elected Democrats in the entire state of Alabama, in judicial offices, in executive branch offices, and so it's really become difficult. I think sometimes people make the mistake of viewing this election in terms of larger national issues. It's really a product of these emerging forces in Alabama that have been building up over the last couple of decades. Roy Moore is a notorious figure in Alabama politics. People love him or they hate him. There's really no middle ground. Same thing, Doug Jones, long known as a supporter of civil rights, grew up in a blue-collar mill family. And so now they're diverging in a very interesting and unique way in this election. But the deck is stacked against a Democratic victory in Alabama.
What if, I mean, you've got the biggest newspaper chain in the state saying that this Alabama, this is what the world will take away from this race. It'll remember that Alabamians are the ones who run around in cowboy hats and leather vests. It will remember the Gadsden Mall and crying women and anger and vitriol and stubborn defiance. It will remember Alabama as the place where the rule of law is negotiable, where decency is decided by political party. There seem to be two things here that could, I don't know, surprise everyone. One, Doug Jones seems like a perfect national figure for Democrats. So should he win, he might be the answer to a lot of the Democrats' national political problems. The second is, you know, white women seem to be one of the demographic groups most difficult to predict. And is it beyond a possibility that Roy Moore might lose?
He may lose this election. Doug Jones might be the senator-elect from Alabama tonight. We're going to find out in a couple of hours. But there's 3 skirmish lines. This election tonight is only the first. This now moves to the United States Senate. Mitch McConnell has said he believes the women, which means that he believes that Roy Moore is a child molester. Is he literally going to allow him to sit in the Senate conference? Are there going to be expulsion hearings, or will the collaborationist, complicit Republicans of the Congress fold on this too? I suspect they will.
Yeah, okay.
Now, then we come to the third skirmish line, which is an election in November 2018, where you have a political battlefield that is suburban in a lot of these districts, and I think you're going to see a coalition of 100% of the Democrats, 65% of the independents, about 18 to 25% of the Republican Party, which will be over-indexed towards college-educated Republican women. Mm-hmm. I've called it the coalition of the decent, and I think you will see a profound rebuke of this indecency. I think there's going to be one question on the ballot in 2018. Do the American people want to put a check on this administration? And should Roy Moore come to Washington, D.C., let's be clear, he'll be the second most famous Republican in this country. He becomes the face. This won't be, with all respect to the editorial, and I get their point, but this will be a constant, hourly source of embarrassment every day, every hour of every day for the people of Alabama, as we see this theocrat, this illiberal man. We see the extremism of his policies and the strangeness of his views at a national level. Yeah, and so ultimately, the whole country is going to get to weigh in on Roy Moore.
Sure. And look, I have to say this. If you just look at the math, right? You know, the last 2 people who ran as Democrats, against Jeff Sessions, they were people of color. They couldn't break 40%. They could not break 40% as Democrats in Alabama. So if you really think about it, in order for a Democrat, now, Doug Jones out 43, 44, 45. Right. I mean, you literally have to have a twice-removed accused pedophile before a Democrat can break 45% in the state. And so they're not going to win this. Right. I don't think it's possible.
And all of the other issues that we haven't even gotten to. Here's a man, who has said that women should not be allowed to run for public office office. Muslims should not be able to serve. Homosexuality should be illegal.
Yes.
Who has been nostalgic about slavery. All of these things that ought to be discrediting. So if he wins tonight, which I suspect he probably will, it's an embarrassment for Alabama. It's a huge embarrassment for the Republican Party, which will embrace him. But I also have to just mention, what this actually does for evangelical Christians. I understand the concern of Christians about the secularization of society, but what is doing more damage to Christianity? People who say happy holidays, or the embrace of Roy Moore with his toxic bigotry as somehow a champion of Christendom? And I think that's going to be a problem.
What would Democrats sort of get more mileage out of? An accused sexual predator in the Senate governing under the banner as a Republican, or a win tonight and picking up a seat?
Well, let me tell you, I think I understand the odds and the challenges, because I think in order for the Democrat to win, you also have to ask, to some extent, a percentage of that base, which is very much a Trump base, to abandon that. And that's really hard to see. But I think regardless, I think the Democratic Party does win with this election in terms of...
I agree.
Yes, a win-win. And I think it challenges, if you're having people asking for Senator Franken to resign, it's going to be very hard for, Leader McConnell to not be able to deal with this seriously if he is elected and comes and sits in the Senate.
All roads tonight lead to the Democrats winning. Yeah. If Roy Moore loses, if Roy Moore loses, the Democrats win. If Roy Moore wins, the Democrats win bigly.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
They win. Right?
Yes.
This is a moment where this is no win for the Republican Party. And with regard to a Republican in the future, assuming the party survives, it'll be
Do you assume the party survives?
I don't assume that the party survives, but it will literally be the year 2511 before people don't automatically start laughing out loud when a Republican talks about family values. After this,
Right.
This
will stick for a generation.
And how
misogyny.
And imagine this moment that it's Mike Pence who has to swear him in.
Right.
The hypocrisy of it. It's like.
Is it hypocrisy or is it karma, Steve?
It will be like, from a hypocrisy perspective, it will be like being present at the moment of the creation, right? To see him swear this guy in. It'll be an extraordinary moment.
Quick, last
3 years ago, the Republicans were afraid of a Todd Aiken moment.
Right.
Todd Aiken, and now they're literally going to have it.
Justifiably so.
Justifiably
He was really
so.
bad.
And as everyone said, Roy Moore is going to be on television every single night. Don't let him get on Twitter.
And we should say that Roy Moore's, the reason we're not telling you more about what Charlie referenced is because it's too gross to read on TV. Chew on that. We have to sneak in a quick break, but when we come back, my colleague Steve Kornacki will join us from the big board to break down this crazy, crazy race, previewing what to watch for tonight.
Fake news would tell you that we don't care for Jews. I tell you all this because I've seen it all, so I just want to set the record straight while they're here. One of our attorneys is a Jew.
That was the closing argument from Roy Moore's wife last night. The author of the book, How the Right Lost Its Mind, is going to explain that to me.
I'm going to have a sequel to the book. Maybe this is why they don't let her speak very often. But yes, she has a Jewish lawyer. Well, Muzzle tough. What?
Who are they? Who are these people? Are they cult figures? Are they so bad they're good? Who are they to their backers?
Well, they are cult figures, and of course they have made themselves into these heroes of the evangelical Christian movement. How many times does Roy Moore have to be removed from the Supreme Court because he hangs up the Ten Commandments, or he refuses to recognize same-sex marriage? The word theocrat is thrown around sometimes too loosely, but he is quite literally, and as a result, he's bonded himself to his followers.
Let's bring Steve Kornacki in on this. He's going to make sense of the madness today. Steve, is there any chance that Doug Jones could defy history, defy demographics, defy voter registration, and pull off the first victory in Alabama in 25 years.
Yeah, I mean, you guys last block were talking about all the roadblocks. They are formidable for a Democrat in Alabama. But look at it this way. If there was ever going to be an election that a Democrat actually wins in Alabama, I think you're looking at it. Actually, you're looking here at 2012. Let me show you what the path would look like for Doug Jones if he's going to win tonight. How uncompetitive is Alabama, by the way? The last time we actually have an exit poll was 2012. We didn't even bother to take an exit poll last time. So take a look at 2012 when Obama was on the ballot. He got 95% of the black vote in Alabama. Jones is going to have to do something like that. The question, though, will be really the turnout. Will it be close to an Obama-level turnout of black voters, or will it go back to sort of a pre-Obama level? That's one key. The other key is this, though. Alabama has one of the most racially polarized electorates in the country. Typically, a Democrat's getting 10, 15% of the white vote. You see Obama about 15% of the white vote. So if you're Jones, what are you looking at? You're splitting the white vote into these two groups. We talk about them all the time. The college-educated whites, more the suburbanites, a little more economically upscale, culturally moderate. The non-college whites, this group been the heart and soul of the Trump base. So this is the focus for Jones. They basically want to try to force a draw in this election with more among the college-educated suburbanites. Couple ripe areas, couple big ripe areas on this map. This is the 2016 presidential map, and I'll show you right here. 6 counties in the state with the highest share of college-educated voters. We'll go right through Shelby County right there. This is outside of Birmingham. This is going to be sort of the ground zero tonight. If there's going to be movement towards Jones from traditional Republicans, Jefferson County, Madison County, that's where Huntsville is, big aerospace, NASA presence up there. You got Lee County, that's where Auburn University is. You got Montgomery right there, the state capital, a lot of state workers there. And then you go to sort of the eastern shore outside Mobile, that's Baldwin County there. These are the 6 big counties. They make up about 40% of all the votes cast. These are the only 6 counties in the state, by the way, where Donald Trump did worse in 2016 than Mitt Romney did in 2012. So this is sort of the ripe area for the Jones campaign. If there's going to be a win tonight, they're going to need a strong turnout of black voters right here and in Birmingham, and they're going to need a lot of movement in these counties. But just one thing very quickly to keep in mind, it can be done. The last time Roy Moore was on the ballot, 2012, for Chief Justice, before all these scandals, he barely won. This is a lightning rod figure even before this campaign.
Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. Melissa, what do you think what are you hearing from Democrats in the state about projected turnout? And I know National Democrats have largely stayed out of the state, but I'm sure they're keeping an eye on the dynamics.
I mean, and it always is with every election, as we all know, as an elected official, it's always about whether you can motivate and energize your base, and it's about turnout. And I think there has been some criticism that the Democratic Party has really not been as invested in really being in there to support Jones and coming in at the last minute. So that obviously is something that we have to watch for. Regardless, as we said before, even though he may lose, the Democratic Party does win because of the debate that is ensuing and the values that are being demonstrated. So I think that that's important to note.
Jason, I lived in Tallahassee, which is, in sort of the vicinity. But this idea that the voters of Alabama would rather send an accused child molester to the Senate than someone who is an accomplished prosecutor he's as law and order as any Republican who could put themselves forward. And as Charlie keeps saying, Roy Moore has actually been removed twice. Right. So if you're going for law and order, I mean, Doug Jones has actually got the better record.
He does, but I think Nicole, this has always boiled down to sort of just basic tribalism. And I think you've got a lot of people down in Alabama. Look, I remember this living in Ohio. Lived in Ohio until about a year and a half ago. There are certain parts of the country that, justifiable or not, have this like inferiority complex. They think that all the New Yorkers and all the Californians and all the Chicago people are looking down on them. And so when they get an opportunity to send somebody to stick it to Washington, that's what they want.
It's irresistible, right?
And they want that opportunity. Even if that person is grotesque on every moral level, even though you wouldn't want Roy Moore to be knocking on your door and giving your children Halloween candy, you've still got some people who will want him to be in office because they want to show Washington, D.C. that Alabama can't be told what to do.
All right, we're going to sneak in a break, but up next, Steve Schmidt's new theory on the new Democratic frontrunner for 2020. Someday we're going to broadcast our breaks. Until then, I'm just going to say on TV what everyone says in them. Steve, share your theory about the kind of month Kristen Gillibrand has had and what it might mean for 2020.
Well, I think the early moves for the presidential race in 2020 are underway. And you saw it with the single-payer news conference with Bernie Sanders and Kamala Harris and Elizabeth Warren and Cory Booker all standing behind Senator Sanders. Being the nominee of your party, being elected president, requires, let's say, a certain level of toughness or ruthlessness. And Kristen Gillibrand has showed it this month. She went after both Clintons. She took out Al Franken. She is a serious as a heart attack candidate for the Democratic nomination in 2020. And she is a force, I think, increasingly to be reckoned with. And I do think this fight that has broken out between Donald Trump and her, I think, is the first chapter, really the first sentence of the first chapter, and what's going to be a pretty long story over the next couple of years. But there's nobody in the Democratic Party who's had a better month, a month where they have elevated themselves more so than she has.
You agree?
No, completely. And I think obviously being from New York, being represented by Chuck Schumer and Gillibrand, she's always been in the shadow, so to speak, of Chuck Schumer because he is such a figure within the Democratic Party, and now he's the leader of the Democrats in the Senate. So she is demonstrating the leadership at a time when there is such lack of leadership, obviously emanating from the White House in particular. And she's showing that she has gravitas. She's showing that she has strength. She has conviction. The issue of sexual assault is not a new issue for her. She's been talking about it with regards to college sexual assault as well. And in the military. So she's been very, very strong on this issue. She has a track record, but obviously she's very skilled beyond that. And I'm very proud to have her as a senator, and I'm really stand with her and support her positions today.
10 seconds.
Here's the test. Can she go campaign for people? Because Corey's been out there, Deval Patrick's been out there, Kamala Harris has been out there. If Kristen Gillibrand can go to places in 2018 and get people elected, I do think she'll move to the top of the list.
I think that you're seeing a moment here, a star is born. I think she's going to be out on the campaign trail, and for sure she can raise a lot of money.
All right, we'll just sneak in one more break. We'll be right back.